Chapter 52. Put this on. Chu Feng gestured to Yellow Cattle and took out an animal skin robe. The craftsmanship was rough and simple. This robe was simply sewn by him. Yellow Cattle's fur was golden in color. It was as smooth as satin. It was very eye-catching. If it swaggered into Taihang Mountains like this, it would be impossible for it not to attract attention. It would probably be treated as a mutated beast and cause trouble. Yellow Cattle was reluctant. The main reason was that the animal skin was too thick. Other than the 2 holes for its eyes, its mouth, nose, and ears were all covered by the animal skin. Moo! Yellow Cattle was dissatisfied. There is no room for negotiation. You can't refuse. Chu Feng's attitude was firm. Yellow Cattle walked upright after putting on the animal skin robe. It looked like a strange man. However, there were many mutants in Taihang Mountains, so it was not a big deal. Chu Feng felt that its head was too swollen. It looked awkward no matter how he looked at it. It would be better to expose the 2 golden horns. He cut 2 holes on the animal skin, exposing the 2 golden horns. There will always be some mutants with horns. All right, from now on, you are the masked hero, Bull Demon. Chu Feng laughed. After that, Chu Feng helped it put on a pair of animal skin boots. Even its 2 front hooves were hidden. It put on a pair of golden gloves. It was like a full costume. Yellow Cattle moved closer to the mirror. It looked at itself again and again. It was so angry that it wanted to tear the costume off. What the hell was this? It would ruin its glorious image. Don't be reluctant. In order to cooperate with you, I have even put on my brother's costume. Be content. Chu Feng put on a helmet. It was specially made to cover his face. Only his mouth, nose, and eyes were exposed. There was also a pair of silver horns on his head. From now on, I am Angel Bull, Chu Feng said as he patted Yellow Cattle's shoulder. Yellow Cattle looked at him and nodded. It wrote down a few words, more handsome than before. Get out. What kind of look is that? Chu Feng gave it 2 slaps. Let's go. He waved his hand and led the Yellow Cattle out of the door. Bathed in the morning glow, they marched towards Taihang Mountains. That's not right. Where's the T-Rex in sauce? Chu Feng turned around and asked the Yellow Cattle beside him. Yellow Cattle walked upright and patted their bellies, meaning to say, don't worry, I didn't lose them. I ate them all. Damn cow, you hid in the room and secretly ate my share? Moo! Yellow Cattle's 2 hind legs landed on the ground. It rubbed its belly as if it was still hungry. It meant that it was not full yet. Bull Demon. The rising sun was blazing, and fog accompanied the mountain forest. Everything was now bright red. Although it was still early in the day, Mount Taihang was not cold and desolate. Mutants could be seen coming and going from time to time. Some came alone, while others came in groups. In the mountains, on the cliffs, in the valleys, there were figures of mutants everywhere. Many people already knew that the mysterious pine tree in Taihang Mountains was about to ripen its mysterious fruit. Those who dared to come here were all filled with hope. Naturally, conflicts were unavoidable. Chu Feng walked in the mountains. He had already discovered several murders. There were mutants who fought on the road and died in the bushes. This was just the beginning. Just because of some small conflicts, there would be bloodshed. It was not hard to imagine how chaotic today would be. When the pine tree ripened, it would be even more intense. In front of the mountain of White Snake, there were many mutants in this area. Some were sitting on the peak of the mountain, some were standing at the entrance of the valley, and some could even fly. The more people there were, the more noises there would be. The area was not quiet at all. It was very lively. However, people understood that this place was filled with murderous intent. If a war were to break out, the mutants around them would immediately become enemies. Therefore, even though they were conversing with each other, they were still on guard against each other. Chu Feng and Yellow Cattle had also arrived at the mountain of White Snake. Originally, they wanted to sneak in, but they found that it was not necessary. There were mutants everywhere. Why are you 2 hiding? What are you doing with that stupid sack on your head? As soon as they arrived at this place, some people started to pick a quarrel with them. They yelled at Chu Feng and Yellow Ox. Obviously, they wanted to show their strength. This mutant had a rather scary appearance. There was a row of bony spikes on his back. His body was covered in a layer of fine green scales, and his mouth was wide with fangs. He looked very ferocious, almost like a mountain ghost. "What's that got to do with you? Are you bullying us?" As soon as Chu Feng finished speaking, 4 to 5 people quickly gathered around him, led by this mutant. Obviously, they wanted to establish their prestige and make a good example of themselves to gather more people. There were already others who had done this before. Mutants with extraordinary strength could show their tough tactics to attract other mutants to join them and form a team. "Hey, you sure talk big. Today, I'm going to rip off that animal skin of yours. I just don't like you." The leader of the mutants sneered. Then, with a loud bang, his fist was covered in green scales. With lightning speed, he punched towards Chu Feng's temple. It could be said that he was ruthless and vicious. He had just opened his mouth when he attacked. If Chu Feng's temple was hit, he would probably lose half his life. "Get lost." Chu Feng's eyes were cold. He leaped into the air and kicked the green fist. Immediately, a crisp cracking sound was heard. The mutant's hand was broken. Bang! Then, Chu Feng kicked the mutant's chest, causing him to fly backwards like a cannonball, knocking the other mutants to the ground. With just 2 kicks, the mutant's mouth was full of bloody foam. His body was convulsing, and he fainted. The other mutants' faces were pale. They knew that they had kicked an iron plate. After picking themselves up from the ground, they hurriedly retreated. "Brother, you're really strong. How about we team up later?" Sure enough, with just 2 kicks, a few mutants gathered around. They recognized Chu Feng's strength and wanted to form a team with him. "Sorry, I'm not interested," Chu Feng said. In his opinion, a team that was formed at the last minute seemed to be able to protect each other and become much stronger. But in reality, it was just a motley crew that would be useless at a critical moment. "Aren't you being too arrogant?" someone complained in a low voice. Chu Feng swept a glance over. Suddenly, the other side became silent. They were afraid to provoke such a powerful mutant. "Brother, we're following you." There were also some who refused to listen and insisted on following behind him. "I'm really not interested." Chu Feng refused again. However, he had underestimated these people. Seeing that he was strong and unwilling to team up with others, they felt that he might be a super expert. No matter what, they refused to leave and insisted on following behind him. Chu Feng was speechless. Just let them be. He walked forward on his own. As a result, this group of people were very self-aware. Some of them opened up a path in front of him, while others clustered around him from behind. They regarded him as the core of the group and were determined to follow him. The more Chu Feng refused, the more these people felt that he was powerful. No matter what they did, they refused to leave. As a result, dozens of people followed him, forming a not-so-small team. These people only had one thought in mind. Only by following the strong could they fish in troubled waters. If they rushed to the strange little tree, they could pluck the fruit and stuff it into their mouth. Once they mutated, they would become masters like Kong Kim and Silverwing. Who would they be afraid of then? It was said that even firearms could not deal with them. Damn it, it seems that celestial biology wants to be the banker. Now, if we want to enter the depths of the mountain of White Snake, we have to line up. Otherwise, they will attack us right now. Some people cursed in a low voice. They were very dissatisfied. What's going on? There are so many of us. No matter what, there must be thousands of us. Why should we be afraid of celestial biology? Someone stirred up the mood of the crowd. Look over there. Heavy firearms have been set up on top of the mountain. Someone pointed to the distance. Everyone looked over, and their faces changed. I don't believe that they would dare to attack us. Let's go, someone said. The main reason was that there were too many mutants. No matter how strong celestial biology was, would they really dare to fight against hundreds or thousands of mutants? That would make them public enemy number one. In fact, this incident had become a big deal. Ever since the news was leaked, the top management of celestial biology had been troubled. This incident had gone out of their control. Now, they were still trying their best to maintain the order. The road leading to the depths of the mountain of White Snake was still guarded, maintaining order. Chu Feng also lined up and walked forward. He did not plan to climb the cliff to avoid this place. He did not need to do that now. It was better to blend in with the crowd and look ordinary. Go away. At this moment, there was a commotion behind him. On the road to the mountain, a group of people surged over. They were very overbearing, pushing the people in front of them to the side. Chu Feng was also pushed hard by the people behind him. The people behind him could be said to be extremely rude and unreasonable. He saw that the group of people who had been clamoring to team up with him had all run away. They were indeed a motley crew, completely unreliable. Aren't you guys too overbearing? Chu Feng turned around. Get lost. This group of people was very rude and unreasonable. Seeing that Chu Feng did not move away, not only did they push him, but they also wanted to attack him. Some even raised their feet. Chu Feng was angry. Early in the morning, he had been found by Linoy's little uncle. Now, he was being bullied by others. A burst of anger suddenly erupted. You guys are the ones who should get lost. The next moment, he made his move. He called for yellow cattle, telling it not to be polite and to ruthlessly attack these people together with him. In an instant, many people had blood spurting out of their mouths and noses. Their bones were broken, and their tendons were torn. They were sent flying, courting death. This team was indeed very strong. The leader of the mutants was 2 meters tall. He had a shaved head, and his forehead was shiny. At this moment, a terrifying aura burst out from him. In the next moment, he turned into a rock body, and his body suddenly grew to 7 meters tall. He had extraordinary strength. With one step, he cracked the ground and directly rushed over. Some people could not dodge in time and were trampled by the sole of his foot. They immediately screamed in pain. Their intestines were broken, and they died on the spot. Such a heavy rock body could crush a living person into a puddle of blood. After seeing this, Chu Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. He realized that the upheaval of the post-civilization era was different from the past. After some people released their wild nature, they were completely different. After seeing how fierce the bald man was after he turned into a rock giant, he did not show any mercy. He raised his fist and punched out. Boom! 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 Under the shocked gazes of the people, Chu Feng punched out again and again. Finally, the rock giant's body cracked. The rock giant screamed and fell to the ground dead. The team immediately dispersed in an uproar. After killing the rock giant, Chu Feng walked straight forward without stopping. This caused a commotion behind him. Everyone was shocked. This was definitely a super expert. The motley crew that ran away just now regretted their decision. But now, they really did not have the face to go over. Brother, what's your name? Let's get to know each other. Behind him, there were still some people shouting. Obviously, they were not weak, and they thought highly of Chu Feng. My name is Angel Ox. Chu Feng did not pretend to be polite and directly answered. The group of people heard this and looked at each other. Then, they stared at the silver horns on his helmet. They felt that it was quite fitting. However, Chu Feng did not stop there. He pulled the yellow cattle, who was standing upright and wearing animal skin clothes. Only his eyes and 2 golden horns were exposed. He introduced, "This is my brother, Bull Demon." This time, the crowd was a little confused. Angel Ox and Bull Demon, they really were brothers. I think they look more like the Golden Horn King and the Silver Horn King. Someone whispered, staring at their horns. After the transformation, there were all kinds of mutants. Growing horns was nothing special. Chu Feng turned around and left, ignoring them. The mutants behind him were discussing fervently. The title of Angel Ox that Chu Feng used had not spread, but the title of Silver Horn King was already known by many. In the depths of the mountain of White Snake, it was not very noisy. Although there were many people here, they all occupied their own areas. Obviously, those who dared to come here and stay were all great experts, because after coming here, many people retreated after seeing the scale of the battle. They did not dare to participate anymore. Chu Feng chose a hill and climbed it. It was a good location, and he could see the strange little tree not far away. In fact, all the hills nearby were occupied by people. The fruit hasn't ripened yet. It looks like I'll have to wait for another half a day. Chu Feng's eyes were many times sharper than an ordinary person's. He could clearly see that the pine cones on the little tree still had a little green color that had not turned into purple gold. On this hill, there was a spring. Chu Feng looked at it, then turned around and went to hunt a little deer. His breakfast was eaten by the yellow cattle, so he prepared to roast the wild game here. Suddenly, he saw Lin Yeyu and the woman. The two had also stepped into the depths of the mountain of white snake, and they looked in his direction. Then, a mutant climbed up the hill and politely asked Shu Feng to leave because someone from celestial biology had chosen this place. Chapter 53. The mutant who had climbed up the cliff heard Chu Feng's words. His eyes flashed with a murderous glint. "Friend, I've been very polite. Don't be ungrateful," he said in a hoarse voice. Chu Feng could see clearly that this person had come from Lin Yiyu and Su Wanqing's sister. Apparently, he was following orders. After what had happened in the morning, Chu Feng had a bad impression of them. "Chasing me away is polite." Chu Feng glanced at him. His face darkened. "Do you want me to politely ask you to leave? Do you have the ability?" The mutant sneered. No matter what, he was the leader of Lin Yeyu's mutants. He was considered a master in celestial biology. How could a random mutant dare to look down on him? Boom! Chu Feng did not say anything. He took a step forward and used the Demon Ox fist. It was ferocious and overbearing. His fists rumbled like thunder, shaking the top of the hill. "What's going on?" The mutant leader was shocked. How could he meet such a master in a random hill? He let out a low roar and opened his mouth. A blue flame was spewed out of it. The terrifying temperature melted the rocks on the hill. Chu Feng was surprised. This was indeed a strong man. He had abilities similar to Zhou Quan. The flame was extremely terrifying. It could melt gold and melt rocks. Anything touched by it would be reduced to ashes. The eyes of the mutant leader had turned blue. His body was covered with a blazing blue flame. The flame rose to a height of more than 10 meters. It was a terrifying scene. Everyone nearby was aghast. People saw this scene. The top of the hill was melting, turning into bright red lava. It flowed slowly down the cliff like red molten iron. It was a horrifying scene. Everyone realized that this mutant was excessively powerful. Anyone who encountered him would be burned to ashes with just a flare of fire. This is a master of celestial biology. He can control fire. His power is boundless. Even the rocks on the hill have turned into lava. How can flesh and blood withstand it? This kind of ability is too outstanding. Even for us mutants, he can melt metal easily. A few people spoke softly, feeling extremely shocked. In particular, those who were nearby felt their blood run cold. Magma was flowing down the mountain, so who wouldn't be afraid? They quickly retreated and dodged. In the distance, Lin Yiyu and Su Wanqing were watching. Although they were far away, they could still see the mutant leader and the man fighting. That guy has quite a temper. He made Leader Wang Ji unhappy and wants to teach him a lesson. Just like her sister, she had a pair of phoenix eyes, but she was even more beautiful than her sister. Leader Wang Ji is very strong. Not many people can defeat him. That person is no match for him, another mutant said. Lin Yu didn't say anything. He just watched calmly. Su Wanqing nodded slightly and said, "Leader Wang Ji has mastered some of the true meaning of the Samadhi true fire. Once he understands it, he can burn the heavens and melt the earth." She pointed out how terrifying Wang Ji was. He was able to control a small portion of the Samadhi true fire. If this ability could continue to mutate, then its power would be unimaginable. That guy is so unlucky. He could have provoked anyone, but he just had to make Leader Wang Ji unhappy. What's better than giving up the mountain? Another mutant sneered, gloating over the man's misfortune. He felt that the man would turn into charcoal in the next moment. He would die without a doubt. In fact, almost everyone thought so. Once the Samadhi true fire appeared, anyone who dared to touch it would be doomed. On top of the mountain, Chu Feng didn't retreat. For safety's sake, he used a special breathing technique. At the same time, his fist became even more violent. Strong winds whipped up, and the sound was deafening. It was like thunder and lightning. Sand and pebbles were sent flying. It was a terrifying sight. Boom! The blue flame was pierced through by Chu Feng. A layer of mysterious energy covered his body, like a light golden veil, preventing the flames from getting close. The special breathing technique had a miraculous effect. In fact, the demon ox boxing style alone was enough to block the blue flame. After forming the fist seal, Chu Feng's body was automatically covered with a layer of mysterious energy that could defend against external damage. The mutant leader was dumbfounded. The blue flame that could melt metal was destroyed. Just like that, he suffered a blow from the fist seal. Blood spurted out of his mouth as he fell down mountain. How could something like this happen? Nearby, a group of people were shocked. Their mouths were wide open. In the distance, the mutants around Lin Yu all shut their mouths. Their hearts were filled with shock. Their leader had just been punched down the mountain. Su Wani's beautiful eyes flashed. She was quite shocked. She just wanted to borrow a random mountain, and yet she had run into a super strong master. This guy is very powerful. Go, tell Wang Ji to come back. Don't be reckless, Lin Yu said. Lin Yu spoke. He was very handsome and had a calm expression on his face. His snow-white shirt made him look very scholarly. A mutant hurried forward. By the time he arrived, Wang Ji had already climbed up the mountain. Bang, bang, bang. Sounds came from the top of the mountain. Then, people saw that the flames on Wang Ji's body had dimmed, and he had fallen at the feet of that person. This person is too domineering. Su Wani spoke from afar. A look of dissatisfaction appeared on her charming face. No matter what, Wang Ji was still one of their people. He was one of the leaders of the mutants and belonged to deity biomedicals. Yet, that man did not give them any face. Her eyes flashed coldly. Then, she looked at Lin Yu, waiting for him to make a decision. Suddenly, many people cried out in surprise. They all stared at the mountain in a daze. Su Wani also quickly turned her head to look again. The next moment, she could not help but be dumbfounded. At the top of the mountain, Chu Feng had skinned the deer and washed it clean. Then, he skewered it on a sharpened wooden stick and roasted it. As for the fire source, it was under his feet. He was suppressing the mutant leader, Wang Ji, and breathing fire from his mouth. Nearby, many mutants were dumbfounded. What did they just see? That person was too domineering. He actually made the person who had mastered the divine flame open his mouth to spit fire and roast meat for him. Many people were petrified and stood there in a daze, especially those from celestial biology. Each and every one of them was dumbfounded. They could not believe what they were seeing. This was too insolent. That was one of their leaders. How could he be so miserable? Wang Ji flew into a rage out of humiliation. He wanted to burn Chu Feng to death, so he spat out a monstrous fire. However, the fire was not under his control. Chu Feng suppressed him and made him unable to move. From time to time, Chu Feng would give him a punch. The fire from Wang Ji's mouth was very weak and flickering. The Samadhi true fire that could melt gold and melt rocks had now become the source of fire for roasting meat. Wang Ji flew into a rage. He shook with all his might. Suddenly, flames shot out from his mouth and nose. But at this moment, Chu Feng picked him up and aimed his mouth at the sky, preventing him from reaching the roast meat. F***ck me, who is this master? He is too domineering. Too domineering. This is the first time I've seen such a domineering way of roasting meat. I'm sure he is a super powerful being hired by Bodhi Biogenetics. This is a disgrace to celestial biology. The place was in a state of uproar and heated discussion. Su Wani's expression was ugly. Wang Ji was one of their people, but he was being held there and used as firewood. She could not take this lying down. Yu, are you just going to stand there and do nothing? That person is too arrogant. He doesn't give us any face at all. She pouted and shook Lin Yu's arm. Lin Yu had a strange look on his face. He stared at the top of the mountain and sighed. Looks like there are many strange people in the world. We can't underestimate them. I don't care. This is too embarrassing. Let's teach that person a lesson, Su Wani said. Lin Yu heard her and shook his head. I'm only here to take a look. I won't do anything. Lin Naoi and the others will be in charge of Taiyang Mountain. We were a bit rash just now. Someone go over and apologize to that person and bring Wang Ji back. I don't want to disrupt their plan and rhythm because of me. He was very calm. He had no intention of revenge. Yu. Su Wani was dissatisfied. I feel a little uneasy here. The mountain of White Snake is full of terror and danger. We can't stay here for long. Let's get out of here first, Lin Yiyu said. He was very calm, but his words were dignified and left no room for doubt. Fine. Suwani was helpless. In the end, to everyone's surprise, Lin Yiyu's people gave in and apologized. They took Wang Ji, who had fainted from anger, away. Excuse me, who are you? Before leaving, the people from Celestial Biology asked for Chu Feng's name. Angel Ox. Chu Feng introduced himself. When a group of people heard this, they all murmured. This name was too unique. Remember, I am Angel Ox, not Silverhorn King. Chu Feng emphasized. His voice was so loud that everyone could hear him clearly. The crowd was speechless. Everyone knew that he was Angel Ox. His strength was unbelievably strong. Angel Ox? What's the big deal? When Silverwing from Celestial Biology arrives, he can kill you with one hand. Someone on a mountain peak not far away said. It was a young man who was hostile to Chu Feng. Everyone was surprised. Who are you? Why do you admire Silverwing so much? Are you familiar with him? Chu Feng looked at him. I'm very interested in celestial biology. Today, I have chosen to join them. Although I am not familiar with Silverwing, I know that if he joins us, no one in the world can defeat him. The young man said. After hearing his words, many people suddenly understood. Chu Feng showed a cold smile. This man was really shameless. He was targeting him in public just to show goodwill to celestial biology, hoping to join them. Perhaps this man was still looking forward to joining celestial biology and being treated differently. Based on your character, I don't think celestial biology would dare to accept you. Forget it. I will help them solve this problem. At this point, Chu Feng took out a large caliber firearm, and with a bang, he pulled the trigger. The young man in front of him immediately let out a loud cry as his body was covered in blood. Chu Feng did not kill him, but he severely injured him. He did not like this despicable man who wanted to humiliate him, but he did not want to kill him directly. The young man fell on a mountain peak, rolling on the ground, screaming. Everyone gasped. They all felt the power of Angel Ox. If anyone dared to provoke him again, they would be looking for death. At the same time, many people also realized that Angel Ox had consolidated his power after these two fights. It was estimated that no one would dare to bother him anymore. I have a hunch that the name Angel Ox will be remembered by everyone today. Someone said. In fact, when the name Angel Ox was mentioned again, everyone felt the weight of it. Swoosh! All of a sudden, a bright light sprinkled down from the sky. An elegant figure descended from the sky. She was extremely beautiful. She appeared on the mountain peak where Chu Feng was. Everyone around saw her and couldn't help but be surprised. This woman's appearance was too outstanding. She was wearing a white shirt and pants, spotless. A pair of luminous wings could be seen on her back. When she descended from the sky, she was indescribably pure and beautiful. Her hair fluttered in the wind, her skin was as white as snow, and her bright eyes were captivating. Who is this? She is so beautiful. Everyone was stunned by her beauty. They couldn't take their eyes off her. Chu Feng recognized her. Wasn't she the woman in white who had been ambushed by Yellow Ox, knocked unconscious, and thrown onto his bed? They met again so soon. Chapter 54. The young woman had a pair of wings of light on her back that emitted a snow-white radiance. She landed lightly on the top of the mountain. Her shoes and socks were also snow-white. She was extremely beautiful, youthful, and full of vigor. She was not arrogant, but if one wanted to get close to her, they would feel a sense of distance. People were surprised that this outrageously beautiful woman was trying to win over Chu Feng. Her name was Gong Xiaoxi. With a gentle smile, she introduced herself in a simple and appropriate manner. She politely stated her purpose of coming here. She wanted to have a chat with Chu Feng. Chu Feng's voice was hoarse. He didn't dare to reveal his original voice. What happened last time made him feel guilty. He really didn't know what happened to her after she ate the mutton skewers. Of course, he really wanted to know. It was a bit of a prankster. Therefore, when he was talking, he was slightly lost in thought. He kept sizing up this young and vigorous woman. She couldn't be very old, probably around 20 years old. Gong Xiaoxi was very gentle and smiled politely. Seeing that Chu Feng had tactfully refused her and didn't want to participate in a certain camp, she didn't force him. In fact, the reason why she came here was indeed because she valued Chu Feng's strength. However, it was a bit unrealistic to invite him to join their camp on their first meeting. She even had to consider it from another angle. What if this person was an expert in celestial biology? Could it be that Lin Yiyu was deliberately setting up a trap? She was just expressing her goodwill. No matter what this person's background was, she wouldn't lose anything by doing this. Chu Feng pondered for a while and was a bit surprised. This extremely beautiful woman in white was definitely not simple. Gong Xiaoxi took 2 steps forward. Suddenly, she was slightly startled because she smelled a faint fragrance that was somewhat familiar. "It's you." In an instant, her beautiful face slightly stiffened. Her voice was very soft, and others couldn't hear it, but Chu Feng heard it clearly. He immediately felt that something was wrong. He pretended to be surprised and revealed a puzzled expression. "There's a fragrance on your body. The smell hasn't changed." Gong Xiaoxi stared at him. Chu Feng was startled. He knew that he had been careless. The so-called fragrance was naturally emitted by his body. It had been like this ever since his physique had evolved. According to the saying of the ancients, this was a sign of the physical body becoming a saint. Usually, he was very careful and followed the method Yellow Cattle taught him. He would not leak anything. However, there was no need to seal their auras in this place. They were all mutants, and everyone had unleashed their strength. If there was any danger, they could attack at any time. Last time, this young woman in white had unexpectedly appeared on his bed. At that time, Chu Feng had been a bit dazed. At that time, he had been careless and hadn't paid attention. His body had naturally emitted a sweet fragrance. Gong Xiaoxi raised her beautiful eyebrows. The snow-white wings on her back shone brightly, making her look even more pure and untainted. "It's actually you." She was really too surprised. Last time, she didn't even realize that he was a great expert. Before this, she had always been very gentle and behaved appropriately. However, she appeared to be too steady and calm, which did not match her age. Only now did her exquisite and beautiful face show other emotions. It was as if she was grinding her teeth. However, perhaps it was due to her upbringing, she was still elegant. "Have you mistaken me for someone else?" Chu Feng asked in a low voice. Just like her, he didn't want others to hear him. Gong Xiaoxi smiled. Her true temperament was revealed. Her temperament was very sweet. Even if she was angry, it was still very sweet. It was just like the last time they met at Chu Feng's house. "I know who you are." "Oomph." After saying that, she no longer looked at Chu Feng. Instead, she stared at Yellow Cattle. Although she was smiling brightly, it made the bull demon slightly nervous. After all, it felt guilty for giving her 2 hooves for no reason. However, Yellow Cattle was very thick-skinned. It quickly calmed down. Moreover, it was very gentlemanly. It put one of its arms flat on its chest and then bowed in a Western-style etiquette. Gong Xiaoxi turned around and left. She didn't stay for long. Chu Feng thought that he couldn't hide it anymore. His voice was no longer hoarse. He asked from behind, "Did the medicine I gave you last time work?" In that instant, Gong Xiaoxi's body stiffened. She didn't turn around. A few black lines appeared on her white forehead. However, she managed to restrain herself. She flapped her luminous wings and leaped into the air. "Angel Bull," it settled then. She transmitted her voice in the air. What was settled? Yellow Cattle was watching from the side. He was confused. In the mountains, many people were shocked. "This girl tricked me." Chu Feng hurriedly shouted, "I'm used to being alone. Don't talk to me again." He didn't want people to misunderstand that he had joined a certain faction. If giants like celestial biology and Bodhi genetics were to go against each other, the consequences would be dire. After a little commotion, the place quickly calmed down. After all, people were here for the mysterious fruit of the White Snake Ridge. Everything else was secondary. As time passed, the number of mutants in the area increased. Earlier, most of the people here were experts. But now, the others had become bolder. They wanted to observe the scene from a closer distance because the place was too quiet and peaceful. Although many people knew that they didn't have much hope of getting the fruit, if they could witness the process with their own eyes, it would be a worthwhile trip. Why are there so many people here? Some of the mutants were dissatisfied because in the mountains there was a strange mutant who was handing out business cards everywhere. He wanted to get to know other mutants. Half an hour later, the number of mutants in the area increased. The place was getting noisier and noisier. In particular, when a special mutant appeared, it caused a commotion. That place was instantly surrounded by a lot of people, making a racket. What made people speechless was that many people were taking pictures. Yellow Cattle poked Chu Feng's waist, hinting him to look in that direction. Chu Feng turned around and saw Zhou Quan surrounded by people. He immediately knew what had happened. He listened attentively. Sure enough, he couldn't help but laugh. God, you actually appeared, and you're a mutant. This is definitely big news. Don't go, Emoji King. Come, let's take a picture together. I respect and admire you so much. Zhou Quan was dumbfounded. He had sneaked in by climbing the cliff and didn't line up to take the mountain road. As a result, as soon as he appeared, he was surrounded by people. He was in a daze and had no idea what was going on. It wasn't until the words Emoji King reached his ears that he woke up with a start. He couldn't help but want to curse out loud. What the hell was going on? Damn Yellow Cattle. Go away, I don't know you. Zhou Quan shouted. No, let's take a picture together. Someone stood beside him and raised his communicator, snapping a series of selfies. All right, it's my turn. Get out of the way. Emoji King, please cooperate with me. Strike a pose and take a picture of us head to head. F***CK. This is copyright infringement. Get out of my way. Zhou Quan was on the verge of tears. In just a few moments, snapping sound could be heard. God knows how many hundreds of pictures have been taken. And this was just the beginning. More and more people swarmed over. Even if they couldn't take a picture with him, they still decisively took pictures from afar. Can you guys be a little more reserved? We're all mutants. Don't surround me like that. Zhou Quan was regretting his decision. If he had known this would happen, he would have stayed as far away as possible. His face was dark at the moment. He could already imagine that there would be a lot more news about him in the future. The most popular existence on the internet was actually a mutant. His appearance in Tying Mountains was probably going to be another hot topic. F***CK. I'm gonna die because of that bull. Zhou Quan cursed again and again. He knew that there would definitely be a lot of messy things happening in the future. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. Just then, a mutant with a lot of strength squeezed his way to the front and pushed the other away. He said, "We need to know how to respect others. You can only take pictures with their permission." As soon as Zhou Quan heard this, he immediately had a good impression of him. The man hurriedly handed over a business card and said, "Let's get to know each other. My name is Zhou Yiqian, and this is my business card." Zhou Quan was a little confused. This was a kindred spirit, but what was going on? He was just here to join the fun. As a mutant, was there really a need to hand over a business card? You're a director? Zhou Quan looked at the business card and was stunned. Why would this kind of person look for him? I have a great dream. I want to make a true epic film to show the ancient and mysterious culture of the East. Zhou Yiqian said solemnly. What does that have to do with me? Zhou Quan still had a confused look on his face. Your style is rough, bold, and wild. Look at that pair of thick bull horns hidden in your swept-back hair. It's really a waste. Zhou Yiqian said seriously. Zhou Quan stared at him. What did he mean? Was he praising him? I want to make a great epic film. It's called The Demon Ox, The Great Sage's Ancient War Chronicles. It starts from the story of the demon ox and connects the entire ancient myth. Look, it's practically prepared for you, Zhou Yiqian said seriously. Get out of here. Zhou Quan was furious. Where did this stupid director come from? How dare he touch his sore spot? The two bull horns were already a sore spot in his heart, and he still wanted to make a great epic film about the demon ox? I'm serious. Zhou Yiqian pointed to the side. There were a few mutants there, carrying all kinds of camera equipment. Who are you people? Why are you here to make trouble? Zhou Quan said with a dark face. There are also mutants, and they're not making trouble. They used to be in the film industry, and now they're using our advantage as mutants to come to Tying Mountains to shoot scenes. Isn't there going to be a great war between mutants? All of this will become the grand background of our epic. Think about it. With so many mutants fighting each other, it's going to be a magnificent scene. This isn't some special effect. It's going to happen for real. It's going to be an epic. The more Zhou Etienne spoke, the more excited he became. He pulled Zhou Quan and told him that he was going to be the lead actor. Zhou Quan felt dizzy. He shook off Zhou Etienne's hand and directly told him that he wasn't going to make this lousy film. He angrily squeezed out of the crowd, and, as if he was fleeing, he rushed to a place with fewer people. This was too bad luck. He could run into anyone. Suddenly, he heard some noises. He raised his head and looked up. He saw two strange fellows on top of a small hill in front of him. Both of them had horns growing out of their heads. At this moment, Zhou Quan's tears almost flowed out. He had unexpectedly run into people in the same situation as him. "Brother, you guys have horns too? Let's have a good chat." He crawled up and looked at the two strange people who were wearing animal skin clothes and were covered up tightly. One had a golden horn, and the other had a silver horn. He suddenly felt that they were in the same boat. Zhou Quan looked like he had run into a family member. He sighed and lamented, but the person next to him patted him on the shoulder, as if he was pitying him. Zhou Quan was even more moved. He wanted nothing more than to have a heart-to-heart talk. "Moo!" The other strange person next to him also patted him on the shoulder. At the same time, it let out a strange sound. This caused Zhou Quan's body to stiffen. He suddenly turned around and stared at the two strange people. "It's you two." He wanted nothing more than to bang his head against the yellow cattle. Chu Feng comforted him. "Don't worry. In addition, I think what the director said is reasonable. I can see that he's very serious. He's a sentimental person. Who knows? Maybe he'll really shine in the great war between the mutants in Tying Mountains. I don't think you should turn him down. You two have horns too. It's more suitable for you," Zhou Quan said impatiently. Look, who's that?" Chu Feng was astonished. His face revealed an odd expression. Isn't that Ding Sidong? The national goddess, my dream lover." Zhou Quan's eyes were long gone. His eyes shone with a wicked light. In the distance, there was a woman. She was surrounded by many people. She was extremely beautiful, and she was standing with one of the mutants. "That's the people from Bodhi Biogenetics." Someone whispered. What was going on? The national goddess, Ding Sidong, was with the people from Bodhi Biogenetics? People used to say that she had an extraordinary background, but this was too shocking. I heard that Ding Sidong is also a mutant. The mutation she underwent was very unusual. She grew 9 snow-white foxtails. Someone whispered from afar. "What? 9-tailed fox?" Chu Feng was shocked when he heard the news. The changes in the world had affected everyone. The national goddess was also a mutant. She looked very much like the 9-tailed white fox. Something's not right. Suddenly, Chu Feng's expression changed slightly. He felt the ground tremble. Moreover, there was a terrifying aura pervading the air. Chapter 55. Even the other mutants had sensed something. They looked in a certain direction and saw a mountain there. The restlessness was coming from there. When one's body mutated and a certain ability was awakened, the 5 senses of a mutant would become stronger. It was only a matter of how much. The depths of the mountain of White Snake suddenly became quiet. The people smelled a fishy odor. It was very faint, but very real. It was coming from a mountain not far away. It was probably coming from a ferocious beast. "Be careful. There might be a strange beast coming," a man reminded. Humans mutated. Ever since it first appeared, it had been constantly reported. Strange beasts definitely existed, but they rarely entered the humans' field of vision. No one could say for sure how many strange beasts there were. That was because they were all lying dormant in the human's blind spot. Very few people had seen strange beasts. Kacha. The sound was abrupt. Rocks actually fell off from the mountain, forming a crack. Following that, the mountain wall cracked in 4 directions. With a loud boom, many rocks fell and rolled down. The commotion was very big, and many old trees were smashed. Smoke rose from that place, and an enormous head reached out. It had a single horn on its head as it emerged from the mountain. It was a ferocious beast. It was extremely huge and covered in green scales. It looked extremely malevolent. What kind of monster is this? There was a moment of chaos. Everyone quickly retreated. A fishy odor assailed the nostrils. When it opened its mouth, smoke and fire scattered in all directions. The mountain rocks and plants were all burned to ashes. Boom! It drilled out from the crack in the mountain, revealing its full appearance. Its entire body seemed to be cast from black gold, and it had a cold metallic luster. At the same time, it emitted a fishy odor, as if it had hunted its prey all year round. It was 12 to 13 meters long and looked like a crocodile with dense scales. However, there was a horn on its head, and it was precisely this horn that it used to smash through the mountain wall. From this, one could see how much brute force it had. Its horn was hard, and its body was ridiculously strong. It's not a crocodile, but more like a pangolin, someone whispered. After hearing his words, the people noticed that it indeed looked like a pangolin. It was just that its size was too big. It could be seen how astonishing its physique had been after the mutation. The monster's eyes were very cold. It swept its gaze over the crowd of mutants without the slightest hint of panic or fear. It raised its terrifying head high. Behind it, people noticed that there was a large cave, dark and deep, leading to an unknown place. Worthy of being a pangolin, now even more deserving of its name. Someone said with a sigh. Everyone backed up, not willing to collide with it. This monster gave off a type of oppressive feeling. It released a terrifying aura, making everyone feel uneasy. As it moved, some people's expressions changed. Every time its thick claws fell, the rocks and trees along the way would all shatter. Nothing could stop it. Crack! Everyone saw it clearly. A 1,000-pound boulder, when it passed by, was directly smashed apart by its claw. Nothing could stop it. It was as if it existed in name only. Its target was very obvious. It had only one goal, and that was to rush towards the strange little tree in the Whitesnake Ridge. Its pupils flickered with a cold light, and its speed was extremely fast. "No, stop it!" Someone shouted loudly. There were so many mutants here, waiting for the purple gold pine cone to ripen. None of them dared to make a move. Could it be that a random, ferocious beast wanted to pluck the peaches midway? Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, the people from celestial biology made their move. Some of them pulled the trigger and fired at the beast with large caliber firearms. The firepower was fierce. The mutants' expressions changed. If these bullets were fired at them, would they be able to dodge them? Would they be able to block them? Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew in all directions. Something shocking happened. When the bullets hit the monster's body, it sounded like metal clashing. The sound was ear-piercing, and sparks flew everywhere. The monster's scales were harder than steel, and the bullets couldn't penetrate it. Clang, clang. Sparks flew everywhere. The scene was quite terrifying. Was that still a body of flesh and blood? What level had it evolved to? It could actually block bullets with its bare hands. This was the dream of many mutants, but it had actually happened to a mutant beast. Roar! The monster let out a loud roar. It was infuriated. It suddenly leaped into the air. Its speed was beyond imagination, like a bolt of green lightning. The mutants with large caliber firearms screamed in horror. In just a split second, they had failed to escape even if they wanted to. Tens of meters away, the monster pounced on them and slammed them all to the ground. The scene was too bloody. Their screams stopped abruptly. A few puddles of blood were left on the ground. The monster's eyes were cold. It glanced around and then once again advanced toward the small tree. It was as if it was deliberately trying to intimidate the crowd. It wanted to use brutal methods to establish its might. How could it be so fast? One pounce as fast as lightning, and it had arrived. This didn't seem to match its body shape. It didn't look clumsy at all. It was agile, ruthless, and precise. It was a one-hit kill. "Kill it," someone from celestial biology ordered. His tone was cold. It was just a mutant beast, but it had actually caused them to lose a few of their elites. Large caliber firearms had a certain degree of deterrence in this place, but in the end, those people had died so tragically. Boom! On top of a mountain, someone carried a rocket launcher and fired it at the monster. Tongues of fire spewed out, breaking through the sound barrier. With a loud bang, the rocket hit the monster's body. "Go to hell," someone shouted on top of the mountain, waiting for the result. Smoke and dust rose up from that area. The monster staggered and then rolled away. It could be seen that its skin was broken and dripping with blood. Many of its scales had fallen off, but its tendons and bones weren't injured. It was still alive and well. With a flip of its body, it immediately climbed back to its feet. Its eyes flickered with hatred as it raised its head and let out a mournful roar. Then its eyes turned red. Boom! Its movements were too fast. It rampaged through the area, slaughtering all the humans it saw. Just now, it was killing the mortals with guns. Now it was targeting the mutants, but the result was still one-sided. Its huge body didn't affect its agility. It was as fast as lightning, and every leap it made was more than 10 meters. Everywhere it passed, blood splattered continuously. Many mutants were wailing. They couldn't stop it at all. They were no match for it. One mutant's body suddenly expanded. His body was like an ancient tree, covered with old bark, and he stretched out huge branches. This was a very mysterious ability. He reached a height of more than 10 meters and transformed into a human-shaped ancient tree. His branches pierced into the ground, and with a bang, the earth and rocks cracked. The power was extraordinary. However, the tree man still couldn't pierce through the monster's scales. The monster leaped up and reached out with its claws. With a snapping sound, it tore off the tree man's arm-like branches, causing blood to spurt out. It was an extremely brutal scene. Following that, the monster opened its bloody mouth and bit the ancient tree man in half. The mutant let out a blood-curdling scream as he died on the spot. This made people's hair stand on end. An extremely powerful mutant had died, just like that. How could they resist it? One had to know that more than 10 of the weaker mutants had already died in the blink of an eye. This monster was no match for it. As long as one was a mutant, they would all have extraordinary abilities. They could recreate some of the legendary methods, but they were powerless against this monster. The monster's speed was too fast. Its huge body pierced through all obstacles, crushing everything in its way. In the blink of an eye, dozens of people had died a violent death. "Run!" someone shouted. However, everyone in the vicinity couldn't escape. They weren't as fast as the monster. With a single leap, it could cover a distance of 40 to 50 meters. It was extremely frightening as it moved at lightning speed. On a mountain peak not far away, the person who had fired the rocket suddenly screamed. "What's going on?" "Oh my God, there's another monster." People saw another monster crawling out of the cave. It still looked like a pangolin, similar in size to the first one. It was obviously a male and a female. The second monster was very agile. It brought along a strong gust of wind and destroyed a large area of forest. It rushed up the mountain peak and slaughtered all the people who were armed with firearms. Following that, the monster threw its head back and let out a long howl. Its voice was so terrifying that many mutants covered their ears. It had a terrifying, penetrating power. Bang! In the next moment, it jumped down from the mountain peak and landed heavily on the ground, smashing several mutants into meat paste. The scales of the two monsters were hard, and they were not afraid of firearms. Moreover, they were extremely strong and fast. They converged and rushed towards the strange little tree. Everyone was scared. These were the ferocious beasts of the prehistoric myths. Compared to the legendary Tao Tai, Tao Wu, and Xiongqi, who knew how far they had to go. Roar! Two green lightning bolts dashed forward at high speed. In the blink of an eye, they had left the mutants behind. Along the way, they had slaughtered nearly 80 mutants. They were about to reach the little tree. There was a pine cone on the tree that was as big as an adult's fist. The pine cone was purple and glistening, emitting a fragrant aroma. Many people were shocked. In the end, the fruit of the strange little tree would belong to the two monsters. So many mutants had rushed to the scene. Could it be that they could only watch helplessly? Many people were unwilling, but they did not dare to step forward. The two monsters were too cruel and bloody. Nearly 80 mutants, all of whom were powerful, had died tragically. None of their bodies were intact. How strong were those two exotic beasts? It was simply immeasurable. Get out of my way. Just then, a cold shout came from the sky. A man came at an extremely fast speed. He turned into a dazzling silver light that lit up the sky. His voice was not loud, but it was powerful enough to stun the two monsters. The silver light was dazzling. When he got close to the two monsters, he stood in the air. Silver Wing. Many people raised their heads and saw the scene. They could not help but shout out loud. Then, they became very excited. It was a young man. He was tall and straight. His whole body was emitting a silver light. He looked like a god standing in the air. People could see that the silver light was pure and holy, like a huge moon. The young man was shrouded in the light, making him look extraordinary. Roar. On the ground, one of the monsters roared. It leaped into the air and jumped tens of meters into the air. It stretched out its sharp claws and opened its bloody mouth, pouncing towards the young man. It was too fast. In the blink of an eye, it arrived at the scene like a bolt of green lightning. Swoosh! However, with a flash of silver light, the young man disappeared from where he was standing, avoiding the bloody mouth. Then, he moved again and launched a fierce attack. A pair of silver wings spread out from his back, blooming with holy light, illuminating the sky. Then, he swooped down and struck the monster's abdomen. The blazing silver light exploded. Many people could not open their eyes. It was as if there was a silver sun exploding in the sky. Puff! Blood splattered everywhere. Blood rained down from the sky. The monster let out a long and mournful howl. It was broken into two halves and fell from the sky. At this moment, everyone was shocked. How powerful was this man? Not even a rocket could kill the monster. It could not even penetrate its body. As a result, it was directly cut in half by the figure in the sky. Some people understood what was going on. The young man swooped down. The pair of silver wings on his back glowed. Like a heavenly blade, he chopped the monster's body in half. This shocking scene stunned everyone. The young man stood in the air. He had a head of silver hair that hung down to his waist. He was very handsome. His eyes were shining with silver light. His temperament was slightly cold, but it was also more extraordinary. A pair of silver wings on his back. His whole body was emitting a bright light, like a god descending to the mortal world. This man was too outstanding. Silver Wing. After a short moment of silence, many people shouted out loud. This kind of means was amazing. It was so easy to kill such a horrible monster. It was shocking. No wonder he is standing at the top of the pyramid. He is so strong that people have nothing to say. Someone praised, especially some of the female mutants. They were screaming and shouting for Silver Wing. In the direction of Bodhi biogenetics, the national goddess, Ding Sidong, was also gazing at the scene. Her beautiful eyes were filled with divine light. Everyone could see that the attack just now was peerless. Ding Sidong, my goddess, look over here. I'm here. Zhou Quan was shameless. Taking advantage of the chaos, he stood on top of the hill and shouted at Ding Sidong. As a mutant, his 5 senses were very sensitive. Ding Sidong heard him. She turned around and saw the 3 minotaurs. She was stunned. Then, she covered her mouth with her delicate hand and smiled brightly. Zhou Quan was so excited that he jumped and shouted. Yellow Cattle couldn't stand it anymore. It was so angry that it almost kicked him off the hill. Xu Feng was thinking about how powerful Silver Wing was. That attack was indeed terrifying. It was able to cut the monster in half. How sharp was that pair of wings? Not even a rocket could penetrate the monster, but he could easily cut it in half. Chapter 56. In the air, Silver Wing stood motionless. His body was shrouded in silver flames, which made him look holy and otherworldly. He was dressed in a silver robe, which shone brilliantly with his long hair and silver wings. It made him look even more outstanding, like a god looking down on all living beings. On the ground, the monster that had been cut in half was bleeding profusely. The rocks, the grass, and the soil were all stained red. It was a ghastly sight. The monster that was more than 10 meters long was invulnerable to weapons. It had killed dozens of mutants along the way, but now it was cut in half at the waist. Compared to before and after, many people were shocked. Silver Wing was indeed terrifying. His demeanor was extraordinary. Roar! There was still another monster on the ground. It let out a roar that sounded like muffled thunder. It opened its bloody mouth and looked up at the sky. Its eyes were scarlet, and it let out a shrill cry. Some people covered their ears with their hands, showing a painful expression. The sound wave of this monster was very lethal. Around the monster, some of the grass and trees were broken, sand and pebbles were sent flying. In the monster's roar, smoke and dust rose to the sky. It was about to leap into the sky to avenge its partner. Silver Wing hovered in the air, silent. His silver pupils were shining brightly. He looked down at the ground below. There was not a trace of emotion on his face. Swoosh! The monster moved. Its huge body was more than 10 meters long. It was agile and vigorous. It moved as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, it had traveled more than 10 meters. However, it did not leap into the air. Instead, it pounced on a small tree not far away, wanting to devour the purple pine cone. Even though its eyes were scarlet red and filled with hatred, it still suppressed its bestial nature and chose to move forward to fight for the fruit. As long as it swallowed the fruit, its strength would be greatly improved. When that happened, it could rush out of Mount Taihang and travel across the northern land. From there, it could march into the more mysterious mountains and rivers. As for its enemies, once its strength improved, it could slaughter them all. This result was out of many people's expectation. The monster with red eyes did not attack instinctively. It was a little strange. The ground cracked as it moved forward. It was very heavy. Every time it jumped, it would travel more than 10 meters, and the ground would tremble slightly. "Quick, stop it!" Some people screamed. No matter what, they did not want to see the purple pine cone fall into the monster's mouth. Dong! It was as if a huge drum suspended in mid-air had been fiercely beaten by someone, and it was as deep as thunder, penetrating in all directions. Then everyone saw that the 10-meter-long monster was actually sent flying. It suffered a tremendous force and was forcefully knocked away, smashing into the distant mountainous region. Ancient trees were snapped and rocks flew everywhere. What was going on? Many people were stupefied, feeling extremely confused. There was one more person on the scene, standing not too far away from the small tree. He was the one who sent the monster flying. This kind of scene shocked everyone, and they immediately became quiet. He was wearing a training suit that was very loose. His entire body looked very sturdy. There were no bulging muscles on his body, but his figure was very sturdy. Just by looking at him, one could tell that he definitely possessed astonishing power. This person was extremely special. His appearance couldn't be considered handsome, but his temperament was outstanding. He was like a Buddha that was picking up flowers, peaceful, but also contained terrifying power. He had a head of short hair, and his skin was translucent. It was slightly yellow like topaz, and it actually carried a sparkling luster. He was definitely not an ordinary person. His physique was very strong and had a masculine aura. His eyes were bright and full of expression. "He's King Kong." Someone cried out involuntarily, guessing his identity. Among the 4 mutants at the top of the pyramid, another one had arrived. King Kong had appeared. It was just one blow, but he was able to send a monster flying. How much power did he have? Not long ago, everyone saw with their own eyes that the 10-meter-long monster was rampaging, crushing everything in its path. Even the 10-meter-tall tree man was easily killed by it. Now, a human had easily knocked it over. In terms of pure strength, this human was even more terrifying than the monster. The monster crawled up with a roll. Its eyes were filled with anger. It was so close to swallowing the pine cone, but it was stopped at the critical moment. At the same time, its eyes were also filled with fear. Just a moment ago, the human had used only his fist to send it tumbling. This made it feel slightly panicked. Whoosh! The monster still chose to attack. The pine cone was about to ripen, and it was so close. How could he be willing to give up? In fact, King Kong had also moved, and he was even faster than the monster. It was only a few dozen meters away. He took a step forward, as if the ground had shrunk to an inch. Bang! This time, he formed the King Kong punch with greater strength. It smashed on the side of the monster's open mouth, breaking its teeth on the spot. Blood splashed everywhere. The monster was sent flying again, and it crashed into a place further away. The force of the punch was too much for it to bear. The monster was originally incomparably arrogant, but now it had encountered someone even more ruthless. The person only needed to use brute force to suppress it. On the ground, there were a few teeth, each of them more than a foot long. They were white and sharp, stained with dark red blood. It was a ghastly sight. He is King Kong. He is so brave. His strength is too terrifying. King Kong is here. He will definitely compete with Silverwing. Today, we did not come in vain. Many people were excited and overjoyed. Just a moment ago, they were worried that the monster was too terrifying, but now, they no longer cared about it. With King Kong here, there would be no problem. In the air, Silverwing made his move. With a silvery glow, he landed on a mountain peak not far away. There were some important figures in the field of celestial biology. Linoi stood on the top of the mountain. Her figure was slender, and she looked cold and gorgeous. Her long hair hung down to her waist. Her fair and delicate face was flawless. She was very calm. Silverwing landed on the ground and stood beside her. When people saw them, they were surprised. Lin Naoi had once been photographed from the side of her body. At that time, people already felt that she was excessively beautiful. Her relationship with Silverwing became a hot topic. Now that he had seen her in person, he felt that she was even more beautiful than in the photo. Another young man appeared on the top of the mountain. He was also quite outstanding and handsome. He walked to the other side of Linoi and kept giving orders to some people. Mu. Chu Feng looked in that direction and recognized them one by one. He had seen Mu's photo before, and he also knew that Mu had a special relationship with Su Wanqing. Boom! In the field, the monster was sent flying again by King Kong. It smashed through the ancient trees one after another, creating a huge commotion. Many people noticed that King Kong seemed to be stretching his muscles and bones. He was not in a hurry to kill the monster. People knew that his opponent was Silverwing, so he did not pay any attention to the horrifying monster. At this time, he was just stretching his limbs. The monster was angry. It opened its mouth and spat out a black flame with a sulfuric smell. It was going all out. Obviously, King Kong did not want to waste his time with the monster. With a swoosh, he pulled out a long knife from his back and took a step forward. He was already dozens of meters away. Puff! The light of the knife flashed. It was as bright as the Milky Way, illuminating the mountains. A huge head flew out with blood splashing everywhere. It was just a knife, but King Kong beheaded the monster. He was indeed just stretching his muscles and bones. Quick, have you filmed everything? This is the most precious material. It's not special effects. This is going to be an epic drama. At such a tense moment, there were people shouting and urging. People were startled. Then they saw Zhou Yitian, the director. He was leading a few people with all kinds of shooting equipment, recording from all angles. Silverwing, King Kong, in our drama, they will become invincible heroes. Zhou Yitian was slightly excited. No one paid attention to him, and no one paid attention to him anymore. Everyone was shocked by King Kong's terrifying combat power. Who could compete with the Buddha's knife? King Kong, over here. On the mountain peak, Silverwing said. He flapped his wings and flew toward the direction. Along the way, he looked down at all the mutants. He was high and mighty. Compared to the other mutants, he was like a deity. King Kong raised his head, as if he had a tacit understanding that there would be a battle between them. He took a step on the ground, and his speed was equally fast. In the blink of an eye, he was already far away. People were shocked. Was he really walking on the ground? His speed was too fast. Even birds might not be able to catch up with him. Boom! In the distance, in the open mountain area, Silverwing and King Kong were fighting. A peerless battle had begun. Attack! That fruit can only belong to us, celestial biology. Mu opened his mouth and gave the order. As he waved his hand, many of the mutants started to move. They all rushed towards the small tree to take advantage of the terrain. At this time, the fruit was about to ripen. At the same time, people were shocked to find that some of the mountain peaks had black muzzles, which shocked everyone. At the same time, a roar came from afar. A few armed helicopters, like steel monsters, quickly approached and circled above the mountain ridge. Everyone's expression changed. The weapons carried by the helicopters were too amazing. A casual shot from them could destroy a large area of the mountain. Zhou Quan, hurry up and get out of here. On a mountain peak, Chu Feng said in a low voice. His tone was very solemn, even commanding. He asked Zhou Quan to leave the area immediately. He had a premonition that something was wrong, because a sense of danger had come to his mind. Zhou Quan knew the seriousness of the situation. Without saying a word, he rushed down the mountain and ran as fast as he could. In the blink of an eye, he had run hundreds of meters away. Chu Feng's heart was pounding. Many parts of his body were aching. His instincts were warning him. It was the same feeling he had before. Someone was aiming at him with a hot weapon. Those who dare to challenge our celestial biology die. Mu said coldly from afar. His handsome face was cold and cruel. He waved his hand and gave some kind of order. Bang, bang, bang. In a split second, large-caliber hot weapons roared. The firepower was ferocious. They were fired at the small mountain where Chu Feng was. The bullets broke the sound barrier and poured down on the mountain peak. Chu Feng moved in advance. Like a wild beast, he flipped to the other side of the mountain and dodged all the bullets. Yellow Cattle was enraged. It moved quickly and also dodged to the other side of the mountain peak. A cold light flashed in Chu Feng's eyes. He didn't want to fight with the people from celestial biology because Linoy was there. But now someone wanted to kill him. He had no choice but to make a decision. Chu Feng appeared. He raised the hot weapon in his hand. He had brought it with him. Cold and ruthless, he fired in a certain direction. Bang, bang, bang. In that split second, he pulled the trigger one after another. The 6 elites who tried to kill him were all killed. One bullet for one person. Accurate and ruthless. All of this happened too quickly. Many people didn't even have time to react before it was over. Oh my God, Angel Ox can dodge bullets. He even launched a counterattack and killed 6 people from celestial biology. How fast is his reaction speed? How could he dodge so many bullets? The group of people couldn't believe their eyes. Mu was shocked. At this moment, he had a bad feeling. He knew that the person he messed with was not simple. He could actually dodge the attack of hot weapons. Linoy turned around and looked at him. I saw him humiliating Uncle Lin Yu's men, so I wanted to take this opportunity to kill him. But I didn't expect this person to be so strong. I made a mistake. Mu said calmly. It was just a few words, simple and direct. He told Linoy that he was helping her uncle. Bang! On the top of the mountain, Chu Feng raised the hot weapon again and fired a bullet into the distance. Huh. Mu's expression changed slightly. He was not an ordinary person. He had terrifying intuition. With a swoosh, he disappeared from where he was standing. A bullet brushed past him. This person is not simple. Chu Feng was surprised. This was the first time he met someone like him who could dodge bullets. However, Kong Kim and Silver Wing were even more terrifying. They were not afraid of hot weapons anymore. Kill him. Mu's eyes were cold. He looked at the direction of the small mountain. He waved his hand and gave the order. His eyes were full of murderous intent. On some of the mountain peaks, the muzzles of the cannons turned and aimed at the mountain where Chu Feng was. At the same time, an armed helicopter turned around and flew in the direction of Chu Feng. Chapter 57. On a distant mountain peak, a pitch-black cannon suddenly emitted a glaring radiance. Terrifying firepower poured down in torrents and bombarded a small hill not too far away. Chu Feng leaped up and pounced down from the mountain like a giant rock. The wind whistled past his ears as he fell from the precipitous cliff. Boom! 6 or 7 cannonballs fell at the same time on the mountaintop, emitting blazing radiance. The huge explosion shook the White Snake Ridge, causing the earth to quake and rocks to fly in all directions. It was a terrifying scene. All the mutants were scared out of their wits. Celestial biology was too ruthless. Who would be able to block such a weapon against the mutants? The rolling heat waves surged. On the mountaintop, a large number of ancient trees were snapped and turned into ashes. The entire mountaintop had been shaved off, and many rocks had melted. That kind of scene caused people to tremble in fear. The mountaintop had been completely blasted away, leaving a barren and scorched area. If Chu Feng had been one step late, the consequences would have been unthinkable. He couldn't help but sigh. In this post-civilization era, the power controlled by the major corporations was too astonishing. They even possessed all kinds of firearms. Ordinary people simply wouldn't dare to imagine this. In the post-civilization era, during the reconstruction of order, the early corporate powers had become an important force and participated in the formulation of many rules. So many years had passed, and they had always kept a low profile. Who would have thought that they could be so terrifying at the critical moment? Chu Feng swooped down from the mountaintop and disappeared into the forest. Behind him, he was still suffering from the bombardment. Behind him, rocks were tumbling everywhere, and even the small hill had become shorter. A piece of mountain rock fell and smashed into the yellow cattle's body. It was so painful that it let out a low moo. It wasn't because its reaction was slow, but because it was too awkward to walk upright while wearing animal skin clothes. Yellow cattle staggered and almost flew away. Fortunately, it had thick skin and boundless strength. If it were any other person, they would have long since broken their bones and tendons after being smashed by an 800-kilogram rock. Even so, the yellow cattle was furious. It let out a deep roar as its pair of pupils emitted a golden beam of light. It stared at the distant mountain peak. "I'll leave the rocket launchers over there to you," Chu Feng said. He knew that yellow cattle was not a pushover. He reckoned that they would rush over and destroy those pitch-black muzzles. Some people would suffer a calamity. At the same time, Chu Feng himself also moved. He rushed to the other side, wanting to settle the score with Mu personally. At this point, he did not care whether Mu was an important member of celestial biology or not. Anyone who dared to target him and try to kill him, no matter who it was, he would kill them without hesitation. Chu Feng's speed was too swift. Presently, he only needed a single second to cover a distance of 100 meters. And when he strode out with large strides, in the eyes of many people, it seemed as if a single leap was a few tens of meters. Bang, bang, bang. During this process, countless bullets swept over, hitting his back. This was simply a torrential downpour, causing many trees to snap and collapse. Because the bullets were too concentrated. Boom. There were even more artillery shells that fell, erupting with blazing radiance in the mountain region. The terrifying temperature melted rocks, scorched earth, and other things. What was even more shocking was that not a single bullet hit Chu Feng. He was constantly changing his direction, always able to dodge and advance. The tongues of fire from those firearms were always chasing after him. Many mutants were dumbfounded. Their eyes were wide open as they looked at this strange scene. They were both shocked and terrified. At the same time, they were also very envious of Chu Feng. This kind of ability was what they had always dreamed of. In the future, when facing firearms, they would have to pass this hurdle. And this man had already done it in advance. Chu Feng's movements were swift. With a sidestep, he was more than 10 meters away, and with a leap, he was more than 10 meters away. That kind of speed was too terrifying. In the battlefield, he was like a flickering light, incomparably fast. With his extraordinary perception, he avoided all kinds of dangers and passed through the rain of bullets at lightning speed. Many people were petrified. Was this still a human? How could he do this? Linoy was moved. She knew that she had encountered a big problem. Celestial biology was in a confrontation with Bodhi genetics. They should not have provoked such a super expert at all. Mu's expression changed. He had already overestimated that man, and the result was that he found out that this man was even more powerful than he had imagined. This was an extremely dangerous character. We have to get rid of him. Concentrate all the firepower and kill him. Moose said through gritted teeth. His eyes were cold. Since he had already provoked this man, then he had to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Otherwise, this man would definitely become a big problem in the future. He was a decisive person. Once he had made a decision, he would immediately carry it out. The sound of explosions became even more shocking. Even though Chu Feng was hiding in the forest, passing through one hill after another, he was still swept by the fierce firepower. If it were anyone else, they would have long been turned into a pile of mud. Director, that man is too powerful. He is not afraid of bullets, and artillery fire is useless against him. Is he still human? He's like an earth god. Some people exclaimed. They were almost dumbfounded. What are you still standing there for? Record everything for me, from every angle. Not a single part can be missed. Zhou Etienne roared. His eyes had turned red. He was anxious, but at the same time, excited. In his opinion, this angel ox was too powerful. He was not afraid of concentrated bullets, nor was he afraid of the terrifying firearms. He had run amok in the White Snake Ridge. Zhou Etienne felt that he might be able to capture a large amount of shocking information. Bang, bang, bang. Chu Feng retaliated from time to time. With the large caliber firearms in his hands, he could control them with ease. Every bullet would claim the life of a member of celestial biology. God, this is the original form of the demon ox great sage I've been looking for. Record it for me, quickly. Zhou Etienne roared. Director, don't worry, we didn't miss anything. The equipment we brought is very advanced. We can clearly record everything, even from a distance. Someone said excitedly. Good, very good. Zhou Etienne clenched his fist. Many people saw them and revealed strange expressions. They simply couldn't understand. Were these people tired of living, or were they originally crazy? Zhou Etienne and the others did as they pleased. They almost died several times, but they were still shouting and chasing crazily as they continued to record. After a while, the artillery fire was extinguished. This was because on that mountain peak, there was a minotaur with a golden horn on his head. He was currently on a killing spree. After a pair of palms, the muzzles of various cannons were deformed and even broken. Oh my God, is that still a human? He's simply a devil. Did you see that? He smashed a cannon barrel as thick as a thigh with his bare hands. Unbelievable. That's the brother of Angel Ox. I heard that he's called Bull Demon. It really matches his name. He's tyrannical and powerful, sweeping through everything in his path. From the mountainous area, cries of alarm could be heard. Even as mutants, they couldn't believe that this strange-looking man could be so fierce. In the distance, the gunshots had also stopped, because in just a short moment, the celestial biology had suffered heavy losses. They couldn't even touch the hem of Chu Feng's clothes. Instead, he had killed many of their elite gunmen. This loss was a little too great. Originally, firearms were a form of deterrence. They could make many mutants fear them and not dare to fight for the purple gold pine cone. Now, Chu Feng had killed more than 10 of their snipers in one breath. How could they not feel heartache? Whoosh, 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 one after another, a group of mutants that belonged to the Mu family appeared. Each and every one of them was very strong. They joined hands to attack Chu Feng. There were a total of 16 mutants. They were all experts, and each of them had extraordinary skills that far surpassed the average mutants. Moreover, as they surrounded Chu Feng, each of them took out a thumb-sized crystal bottle filled with a blue liquid. Without hesitation, they poured the liquid into their mouths. Boom! A terrifying wave of energy exploded in the area. The aura of the 16 mutants skyrocketed. Their strength had increased tremendously. Even though they were far away, the other mutants could feel their hearts palpitating. It was as if they were facing a group of giants. The strength of these 16 mutants had increased by 10 times. This was a very terrifying result. Any one of them could easily crush a group of mutants. With so many of them gathered together, they were already very strong. Now that their combat power had increased by 10 times, they were simply a group of monsters. They were undefeatable. Kill him. I don't want to know where he came from. Let's get rid of all future troubles. Mu's face was gloomy. There was a flame of anger burning in his heart. Today, he had made a wrong decision. In order to seek justice for Lin Yiyu, he had put on a good show in front of Linoi. As a result, the situation had become like this. Because of his order, many people had died tragically. Firearms were regarded as non-existent by the people, which had damaged the dignity of celestial biology. Roar! Suddenly, a loud roar shook the mountain of White Snake. Many mutants felt dizzy. One by one, their vision turned black and they almost fell to the ground. At Chu Feng's side, sand and pebbles were sent flying. Grass and trees were torn to pieces. Along with his roar, the 16 mutants screamed in agony. All of them were bleeding from their orifices. Just like last time, Mu still wanted to use the same trick to deal with him. Little did he know that to Chu Feng, it was like a dish that had been delivered to his door, waiting for him to slice it. Oh my God, what happened? The mutants were shocked. After consuming the blue potion, the 16 mutants burst out with a terrifying aura. Each and every one of them was so strong that it made people's hearts palpitate. But now, all of them were bleeding from their mouths and noses. They were all knocked to the ground by Angel Ox's roar. Chu Feng was cold and emotionless. He held the black dagger in his hand. Without any hesitation, he killed even the mutants of celestial biology. Puff, puff, puff. He waved his dagger continuously. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen heads rolled down to the ground. All of them had been beheaded by him. Ark, in the distance, on top of the mountain peak, Mu's eyes were red. As calm as he was, he couldn't stand it anymore. He let out a beast-like howl. These were the mutants of his family. They were under his control, but in the blink of an eye, all of them had been destroyed. Last time, he had already lost a team of mutants. Now, another team had been annihilated. Not to mention, they were all slaughtered by a single person in an instant. Mu's eyes were bloodshot. He was mad with hatred. The potion had a fatal flaw. He knew about it, but it was too late. That person was cold and emotionless. In front of everyone, he had killed all the mutants of the Mu family in one breath. He was extremely ruthless. At the mountain of White Snake, everyone was shocked. Did you guys record everything? Zhou Etienne was trembling. Even his lips were trembling. He asked the others excitedly, "Don't worry, Director. We've recorded everything." Someone said. These few people were also trembling. They were frightened, but also shocked and excited. Nearby, the other mutants looked at them. They thought that these people were crazy. "I'm going to kill you with my own hands." Mu stood on top of the mountain, gnashing his teeth. He had lost his composure. It was a far cry from his usual calm demeanor. He was sending a message. An armed helicopter quickly came and landed on the mountain. He boarded it. However, there was someone who was faster than him. In the sky, a silvery light flashed. A silhouette flew across the sky, bringing with it an invincible pressure. It swooped down on Chu Feng. Oh my God, it's Silverwing. He's coming. Is he trying to defend the dignity of celestial biology? Is he not going to allow others to offend him? Chapter 58. Silverwing had made his move. Many mutants felt their hearts throbbing. When he soared into the sky, his whole body was surrounded by a silver glow, emitting a terrifying wave of energy. Standing at the top of the pyramid, the aura of the mutant had an oppressive effect on the other mutants, just like how a lion or a tiger would scare away all kinds of beasts. Especially when he flew at a low altitude, some of the mutants immediately felt uneasy and restless. Silverwing, celestial god, is too powerful and scary. Some people murmured. Facing the silvery light, they found it hard to raise their heads. Swoosh! The dazzling silvery light flew away at an incredible speed. At this point, some people could finally heave a sigh of relief. A mutant who was carrying a camera was pale. When the silvery light flew past him, he felt as if he was being targeted by a prehistoric beast. What are you waiting for? Silverwing is one of the 4 most powerful mutants in the world. Hurry up and record it. Don't leave out a single scene. Zhou Etienne roared. Then, He went into action himself, carrying the camera equipment and sprinting away. "Director, we didn't miss anything. We got everything. Don't worry." Beside him, a man said excitedly. Silver Wing swept across the mountain of Whitesnake and arrived at the scene in a flash. Chu Feng's pupils constricted as he stared at the sky. He wanted to kill Mu, but now he had to face an even more terrifying opponent. Boom! Silver Wing arrived at the scene with an invincible momentum. He spread his silver wings, releasing a mysterious energy. Like a pair of shining blades, he swung them down, drawing a beautiful yet terrifying trajectory. Ah! Nearby, some people screamed. Their eyes were stinging because the pair of silver wings was too bright, like the scorching sun burning in their eyes. Many mutants covered their eyes and quickly retreated. Some distance away, some girls were screaming in excitement. Ever since the video of Silver Wing's battle was leaked and posted on the internet, his popularity had skyrocketed. His body was well-proportioned, and his face was handsome. He was a mutant who stood at the top of the pyramid. It was easy for him to attract a lot of attention. Even if they were not used to the tyranny of celestial biology and the use of firearms to oppress others, at this moment, there were still many people who were partial to Silverwing. Now, seeing his domineering attack, some mutants were very excited and expectant. Silverwing traversing the sky. Other than King Kong, the Fire Spirit, and the White Tiger King, no one could stop it, a woman said with certainty. Her eyes were burning as she stared at the silver light that was diving down at an extremely fast speed. What a pity, Angel Ox. He's strong as well, but he's no match for Silverwing. He's going to lose his life, someone lamented. In a duel between experts, victory and defeat was decided in an instant. Chu Feng's eyes were deep. He could feel danger approaching, but he was very calm and didn't panic at all. Clang! At the crucial moment, he pulled out his short sword and did not use the thunderous bow. That person forced his way closer and flapped his wings domineeringly, wanting to kill him. This allowed Chu Feng to see an opportunity. Since the other party didn't take him seriously at all and intended to kill him with a single strike, then he was prepared to give the other party a huge gift. Many people had heard that the pair of silver wings were unparalleled. They could easily cut through steel and could even stop bullets. Not long ago, everyone had witnessed it with their own eyes. He had slashed a monster that was more than 10 meters long in half with a single strike, shocking all the mutants. One had to know that not even a rocket launcher could harm that monster. Chu Feng raised the black dagger in front of him and used it to block the incoming silver wings. It's over. There's no hope left. How could Angel Ox fight him head-on? He's killing himself. Someone sighed. No matter how sharp the short sword was, could it be as sharp as a bullet? Could it be as sharp as an arrow? There was a rumor that Silverwing was no longer afraid of firearms. His silver wings could be said to be invincible. People couldn't help but sympathize with Angel Ox. It was a pity that Angel Ox had died like this. After all, it was Mu from Celestial Biology who started the fight. He wanted to kill Angel Ox, and Angel Ox had no choice but to fight back. In the end, Silverwing was the one who got involved. However, there were also some people who didn't care about who was right and who was wrong. They stood on Silverwing's side just because they had a good impression of him. He's like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. He's overestimating himself. It's obviously unwise for him to challenge Silverwing, a mutant said. Clang! The black short sword and the silver wings collided. A dazzling silver light burst out from the point of collision. The whole area was illuminated by the dazzling light, making people's eyes hurt. People knew that this was the power of Silverwing. It contained a mysterious energy. At this moment, it exploded with incomparable power. This was the power that could destroy firearms. Angel Ox is still not on par with Silverwing. There's still a big gap between them, someone said in a low voice. I can only sympathize with him. Of all the people he could have met, he just had a fight with a mutant at the top of the pyramid. His fate has already been decided. Someone shook his head. In the eyes of the crowd, there would not be any surprises. No matter how strong Angel Ox was, he could not be compared with Silverwing. They were not on the same level. The blazing silver light gradually dissipated, and the silhouette of a silver figure gradually appeared in the air. So domineering. Silver Wing is invincible, a young girl screamed. She was a young girl, and all she could see was the silhouette of the silver figure. She did not care who was right and who was wrong. Beside her, there were a few people who agreed. Angel Ox? Even if he was strong and could dodge bullets, what's the use? He was still killed in the end. So cool. So domineering. It's just a dive, and he killed a powerful figure in one move. Who can compete with him? The young girls were very excited. In the distance, Zhou Etienne sighed. Originally, he had high expectations for Angel Ox. Who would have thought that he would bump into Silver Wing so early? How unfortunate. The other mutants who were carrying the camera equipment also felt sorry for Angel Ox. The dazzling silver light had completely dissipated. Silver Wing was no longer a silhouette. He was clearly visible on the battlefield. At this moment, everyone was stunned. What's going on? Someone screamed, breaking the silence. The young girls who were excited earlier were now petrified. They could not believe their own eyes. That's impossible. People were shocked. Director, we have a situation. Hurry up, don't miss it. Continue recording from all angles. A mutant carrying a camera took the initiative to remind Zhou Etienne. At this time, all the mutants on a mountain of white snake were staring at the battlefield. In midair, Silver Wing's body was stained with blood. It was very eye-catching. He was wounded. On his pair of silver wings, there was an obvious wound. Blood was dripping from the wound. His silver robe was stained with blood. His face was expressionless as he looked down at the man below. Angel Ox was unscathed. He was standing in the middle of the mountain, holding a black dagger in his hand, pointing at his opponent in mid-air. The dagger was stained with blood, emitting a cold light. Zhou Etienne was shocked and excited. He shouted for the camera to continue recording and not to miss anything. Silver Wing's eyes were cold. He knew that he had been too careless. He should not have been injured no matter what. He did not make any hand seals, nor did he use any techniques. He only relied on his indestructible silver wings to suppress his opponent. He wanted to kill his opponent in one move. He had the ability to do so. It had been proven that his silver wings could cut through diamond. He had never expected that the pair of silver wings that could block a cannonball would be cut by a dagger. Blood oozed out from the wound. In the end, he was too arrogant. He had underestimated the people in the world. Kill! Silver Wing shouted. He was about to dive down again. It was not because he was weak, but because he had underestimated his opponent. With this lesson, he would not be so arrogant and careless in the future. Quick, stop him. Kong Kim is going to take the pine cone. At this moment, someone cried out in alarm and anxiously shouted. Kong Kim appeared. Every time he jumped, he would cover a distance of tens of meters. His speed was too fast. He was rushing towards the small pine tree. On the small tree, which was about 2 meters tall, there was a purple pine cone. The last trace of green on the fruit had disappeared. It was filled with a purple mist, emitting a sweet fragrance. Silver Wing stopped his body. He drew an arc in the air, and like a silver lightning, he dashed away. He wanted to stop Kong Kim from Bodhi Biogenetics. Boom! It was not the first time that the two of them had fought against each other. The collision was like a violent earthquake. Silver Wing was thrown into the air, and Kong Kim was also pushed back. Grab it! Some of the mutants shouted and rushed forward in a frenzy. Of course, more people were retreating. Although the fruit was tempting, many of them understood that they were not destined to have it. If they rushed forward recklessly, they would only die in vain. Some of them came to Mount Taihang. As long as they could witness the battle with their own eyes, they would feel that the trip was not in vain. Angel Ox had attracted a lot of attention. No matter what, no one had expected such an outcome. From today onwards, he would become famous. He was the first person to injure Silverwing. In such a short time, the entire mountain of White Snake had been shaken. Chapter 59. I was not in a good state of mind when I wrote the last chapter, so I made some slight corrections at night. My mood was fluctuating when I was writing, and it was unavoidable. The mountain of white snake was in chaos. The fruits on the strange tree had ripened, and many mutants were fighting for them. Vudra and Silverwing were going to have a decisive battle in that area. Many of the mutants were anxious. They wanted to rush over and pluck the purple pine fruits, but they had to get past the two strong opponents first. Who could defeat them? They were not the opponents of the two. Chu Feng also moved, but he did not participate in the fight. Instead, he ran toward the mountain in the distance. His target was Mu. He wanted to end this once and for all. Some people noticed him and revealed shocked expressions. Although the battle was short, he did hurt Silverwing with the black dagger. It was impossible for him not to attract attention. What is he going to do? People were puzzled. Chu Feng's speed was too fast. Every leap he made was more than 10 meters away. He was like a gust of wind. Sand and pebbles were flying around him. It was a shocking scene. He rushed all the way towards a mountain. Along the way, some people tried to shoot him. There were even rockets flying at him, trying to bury him in the mountain. Chu Feng's intuition was extremely sharp. He could always predict the danger ahead of time. Amidst the violent explosions and the terrible blazing light, he dashed across the mountain. This scene shocked everyone. He wasn't afraid of being bombarded by firearms. He had arrived. Chu Feng sped all the way to the front of the mountain, bringing with him a gale. At this time, he could already see Mu. Linoy was also on the mountain. She was beautiful, and she was staring at him. Kill him. Mu was furious. Today, the Mu family had suffered a great loss, and it was all because of this man. He had killed 16 of his subordinates. Now, this man even took the initiative to attack him. It seemed that he wanted to settle the score with Mu. Mu could not stand it. After today's wrong decision, he was still being forced by others. How could he still have any face left? He could not wait to kill this man. Boom! On top of the mountain, there were black muzzles aiming at Chu Feng, firing continuously at him. The power of the muzzles was so great that the ground below was scorched. However, Chu Feng disappeared in the blink of an eye, avoiding all the firepower. He quickly rushed up the mountain and began to move forward in a roundabout way. More than a dozen figures rushed down from the mountain. They were all mutants, and all of them carried rocket launchers. They didn't believe that they couldn't kill this man with their skills. At the same time, Mu looked a little ferocious. He boarded an armed helicopter with a thick killing intent on his face and said, "I will kill you with my own hands." The commotion attracted the attention of many mutants. Everyone was shocked to see that Mu had actually used a helicopter to kill Angel Ox. No matter how strong a person was, there was still a limit to what he could do. After all, he was still made of flesh and blood. Angel Ox could dodge bullets, but could he dodge the bombardment of a helicopter? "I don't care who you are, and I don't care where you come from. Today you must die." Mu roared madly, and his face was distorted. What happened today was too humiliating for him. If he couldn't kill Angel Ox, how would he have the face to return to the Mu family? His clansmen would question him and think that he had no ability. Boom! The armed helicopter opened fire. First, a dense rain of bullets rained down on the forest. Trees fell one after another, and all the towering ancient trees were blown to smithereens. Mu had gone mad. He swore that he would kill Chu Feng no matter what. At the same time, the mutants who had rushed down from the mountain were also holding rocket launchers. They kept firing at Chu Feng. They were a little afraid and didn't dare to get close to him. They just stood in the right position to block the attack. The mountain of white snake was in chaos. All the mutants were shocked. The commotion here was too great. There were guns and helicopters. It was like a war. Chu Feng ran at top speed in the mountainous terrain, dodging the gunfire effectively. "Angel Ox, go to hell," Mu shouted. Even though he was in the helicopter, his angry voice could be heard by everyone. Everyone knew that he was full of murderous intent. He had completely lost his mind after suffering such a great defeat. Now, he was determined to kill Angel Ox no matter the cost. Chu Feng's eyes were cold. He raised his head and looked at the sky. At this moment, he sensed danger. His whole body was aching, indicating that there was a grave danger looming over him. After being alerted in advance, he dashed across the forest at top speed. Boom! The mountainous terrain was completely blown away. Nothing was left. Grass and trees were turned into ashes, and rocks were melted. All life was extinguished. It was a small air-to-ground missile. Mu was crazy. In order to deal with a human with flesh and blood, he didn't even need to use guns or cannons. Instead, he used such a powerful weapon. Although he was furious, he had always been cautious and ruthless. Even though he knew that there was no need to be so wasteful, he still used it. He wanted to kill the human as soon as possible. He didn't want any more accidents to happen. Is this a war? In the distance, the mutants' expressions changed. This was too terrifying. Who could block a missile? Even Silver Wing and Kong Kim wouldn't dare to use their flesh and blood to block it. Mu, just to kill a human, had used such a weapon. What, he's still here? God, Angel Ox is still alive. Everyone was stunned as they looked at the edge of the scorched land. Chu Feng got up from the ground and patted the dirt off his body. He was not injured, but his animal skin clothes were slightly damaged. Angel Ox was still alive. The mountain of White Snake was in a state of uproar. This kind of thing was really shocking. How is this possible? Mu's eyes were wide open. Was this human a demon or a human? He could even dodge a missile. He was simply not human. In the mountainous terrain, the mutants who were carrying rocket launchers were also dumbfounded. This was really not a human. Mu had chased after him with an armed helicopter and bombarded him all the way. How could he not be killed? The mountain of White Snake could not calm down. Many mutants were trembling in fear. They felt that this Angel Ox was too powerful. Not long ago, Angel Ox had injured Silverwing. Now, he was able to dodge a missile. Were firearms completely ineffective against him? This was too monstrous. What a god. Some people sighed. They felt that the so-called Earth God was nothing more than this. One of them was the most excited, and that was Zhou Etienne. He had been paying close attention to Chu Feng. During the filming, he had used advanced camera equipment to tilt towards Chu Feng. At this moment, he realized that he had bet on the right treasure. You will not live. Mu howled. He was originally a handsome man, but now his facial features were distorted. He felt humiliated. Even an armed helicopter couldn't kill Angel Ox. How could he still have the face to return to his clan? Not to mention his failure in front of Linoy. It was too ridiculous. Even after using so many resources, he still couldn't kill Angel Ox. Chu Feng didn't say anything. He just stared at him coldly. His killing intent was revealed. He was also angry. Just now, he was in a dangerous situation. Others thought that he was powerful enough to dodge the missile. However, he was so close to being hit by the missile. Mu, you're a mad dog. I will kill you right now. Chu Feng said coldly. His voice was hoarse and deep, but it spread to the entire area, showing his anger and killing intent. At the mountain of White Snake, many mutants were shocked. What method did Angel Ox have to attack Mu, who was in a helicopter? Could it be that after Angel Ox mutated, he grew a pair of wings and hid them in his thick hide? Everyone was bewildered as they stared at him. Mu was enraged. His eyes were bloodshot. Ever since he was a child, his life had been smooth sailing. Who dared to call him a mad dog? Demon Ox, I will kill you right now. He roared in anger. However, the next moment, he was a little dazed. He stopped his attack and stared blankly at the scene below. Not to mention him, everyone else was petrified. Chu Feng took out a big bow from his back, pulled out an arrow, and aimed at the sky. What was going on? Using a bow and arrow to shoot at an armed helicopter? Was this a joke? In the post-civilization era, this kind of large military helicopter was assembled with special materials. How could a bow and arrow pierce through it? Ordinary firearms were not enough. Even if it was made of ordinary materials, using a bow and arrow to shoot at a helicopter was a joke. Mu was stunned for a moment. Then he couldn't help but burst into laughter. You idiot! You must have been hit by the rocket. How dare you point a broken bow and arrow at me? How foolish! He suspected that this man had come from the depths of the forest and knew nothing about this era. The dozen mutants carrying the rocket launchers also laughed. They couldn't understand why such a valiant man would do such a stupid thing. Among the mountains, many mutants were also dumbfounded. What happened to Angel Ox? Was he hit by the rocket just now? Everyone looked at him, speechless. They didn't know what to say. For a moment, the whole area seemed to have quieted down. "Director, what should we do?" A mutant carrying a camera asked Zhou Etienne with a bitter smile. Zhou Etienne clenched his teeth and said, "Don't worry about it. For the time being, concentrate all our resources and continue to record him." At this time, Mu's subordinates were laughing. Boom! When the next moment came, everyone couldn't laugh anymore. At Chu Feng's side, wind and thunder roared, and electric arcs shot out in all directions. He pulled the bowstring, and with a bang, an arrow was released. Crack! It was as if a bolt of lightning had struck down from the sky. The sound was deafening. Sand and pebbles flew around Chu Feng, and lightning flashed. As for the arrow, it carried an electric arc as it rushed towards the helicopter. Everyone was dumbfounded. What was going on? What was going on? Boom! The tail of the armed helicopter exploded, bursting into blazing flames and thick smoke. Then, it plunged into the forest. Mu's face was deathly pale. His face was filled with horror. He couldn't believe that Angel Ox was like a primitive man, shooting at him and then shooting down the helicopter. "No!" He screamed in fear. The dozen mutants carrying the rocket launchers who were laughing just a moment ago all shut their mouths. Each and every one of them was scared out of their wits. Inside the mountain of White Snake, there was a short period of silence. All the mutants were stunned. This was too strange and unbelievable. Zhou Etienne had a stupefied expression on his face. He wasn't sure if what he was seeing was real or not. "Director, it's all recorded." A mutant carrying a piece of equipment shouted excitedly. In the distance, the others were stupefied as well. Only after a moment did they erupt into a clamor. This was truly inconceivable to them. "Damn it! What the hell? F***C me. What did Angel Ox do? This doesn't make sense." Chu Feng moved and chased after the helicopter. Not long ago, he deliberately shot at the tail of the helicopter to give Mu a chance to escape. Now, it was up to him to see if he could seize the opportunity. Sure enough, Mu Fei was not an ordinary person. When the helicopter plunged into the forest, he rushed out in advance and jumped onto a giant tree. Then, the plane continued to rush forward. It crashed into the ground in the distance with a loud bang and then exploded. Flames soared into the sky. Whoosh! Chu Feng arrived in the blink of an eye. With a loud bang, he grabbed Mu by the collar and lifted him up. At this time, although Mu was still alive, he had fallen from too high a height. His bones were broken and his tendons were torn. Even with the protection of a giant tree, he was still seriously injured. "Don't kill me." At this moment, Mu was terrified. What decisiveness! What viciousness! In the face of life and death, he had thrown everything away. His face was deathly pale. What a ferocious man! Angel Ox is too terrifying. The mountain of White Snake was in an uproar. Everyone's heart was pounding. This man was too powerful. What Angel Ox had done was somewhat inconceivable. Chu Feng carried Mu and strode into the open mountainous area. He glanced at Mu's underlings and then looked at another mountain. On the mountain, Linoy was also looking at them. She was cold and elegant, and her beautiful eyes were profound. "Let me go," Mu begged in a low voice. He had given in. Chu Feng didn't pay any attention to him. "I'm warning you. Don't ever mess with me again. Otherwise, this will be the end." Chu Feng shouted at everyone. Then he looked down at Mu and decisively waved the short sword in his hand. Puff! In front of everyone, Chu Feng beheaded Mu. "You mad dog. You've exposed my thunderous bow in advance." Chu Feng whispered. Then he raised his head abruptly. Since he had been exposed, there was no need to hide anymore. Chu Feng strode towards the other side of the mountain of White Snake, where the fierce battle was taking place. Everyone knew that he was going to fight for the purple gold pine cone. While he was still far away, Chu Feng took out his longbow, knocked an arrow, pulled the bowstring, and aimed at Silverwing. What was he trying to do? Was he trying to kill the existence at the top of the pyramid? At this moment, everyone was shocked. Chapter 60. In the mountains, there are many mutants. There was a small pine tree. The pine cones on its branches had already ripened and cracked. The pine nuts were plump and had a purplish golden luster. They were crystal clear, as if they were made of polished jade. Chu Feng approached the tree slowly with his bow in hand. There was no one within 10 meters of the pine tree, because the two masters were fighting fiercely nearby. Earlier, there were people who tried to break in and snatch the fruit. However, apart from leaving a pile of corpses, nothing changed. Chu Feng was filled with murderous intent. He wanted to shoot Silverwing down with his bow. However, as he got closer, he changed his mind. Since the two were fighting, why should he get involved in the mess? Let them fight to the death. At that time, he would clean up the mess. It would be best if both of them were badly injured. That way, he would be more than happy to save his energy. After thinking it through, Chu Feng calmed down and stopped. He was not in a hurry to settle the score with Silverwing. Instead, he retreated into the distance. He chose a rock and sat on it. His face was calm, as if he had nothing to do with the fight. Some of the mutants were uneasy and fearful. This was because Angel Ox was too valiant. Shooting down a plane with a primitive bow and arrow was like a fairy tale. Even now, some people were still in a daze. They could not understand it all. There were many mutants in the vicinity. They were all coveting the purplish golden fruit. Chu Feng was very calm. He was waiting for the appearance of yellow cattle. He believed that yellow cattle had good foresight and would not miss this opportunity. When the time came, they could join forces. In the distance, the battle was getting more and more intense. Silverwing dived down from the sky with his head down and his feet up. His hands were pinched into fists, and he punched towards King Kong. His silver hair was dancing in the wind, and his eyes were as cold as lightning. King Kong looked calm, but he was very brave. He punched towards the sky. Boom! Between the two of them, there was a terrible explosion, like a sudden clap of thunder. Nearby, thorns were broken, ancient trees were broken, and even the rocks were cracked. The two masters were fighting. Wherever they went, nothing was left unscathed. The deafening sound of the explosion was deafening. People's faces paled. How powerful was that? On the ground, black cracks appeared one after another. It was like an earthquake caused by the two of them. The two's fists whistled through the air, sending sand and pebbles flying. The scene was terrifying. Not long ago, there was a mutant who was caught in it. As a result, all the bones in his body were broken, and he died on the spot. Silverwing's entire body was shrouded in holy light, which made him look incomparably heroic. Every time he launched an attack, it was as fast as lightning, fast and fierce. At the same time he formed the fist imprint and attacked, he was also using a pair of silver wings, slashing horizontally and vertically. Silver light flashed, and killing intent overflowed the heavens. Clang! With a light sound, a 10,000 gene boulder was easily split open by him, exploding on the ground. His silver battle clothes fluttered in the wind, unstoppable. However, Vajra was fearless and calm. His skin was like topaz, glowing with a sparkling luster. His right fist was unstoppable as he fought against Silverwing. At the same time, his left hand held a snow-white Buddhist blade. From time to time, it would erupt with resplendent radiance. The two of them clashed continuously, and their speed was extremely fast. It was as if they had broken through the sound barrier. Every time they attacked, there would be a thunderous boom. Let's fight! Some of the mutants could no longer hold themselves back. The battle between the two experts was getting more and more intense, and they were getting further and further away from the small tree. This was their chance. If they missed this opportunity, they would regret it for the rest of their lives. In many people's eyes, as long as they plucked the fruit and swallowed it, they would evolve and become the fifth mutant to stand at the top of the pyramid. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. One after another, figures rushed forward. Arg! Screams of agony could be heard. The mutants were killing each other. In the process of advancing, some of them fell to the ground, their bodies stained with blood, never to rise again. It was cruel. Before they could even pluck the pine cone, they had already started killing each other. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot because everyone around them was a competitor. The mountain of white snake was in chaos. The peace of this area was broken. Blood started to flow, and the mutants were agitated. In the end, their battle cries shook the heavens. Now, even if Vajra and Silverwing were to return, these people would not give up. The smell of blood stimulated everyone's nerves. This was the release of their primitive wildness. In the face of temptation, many people cast aside all fear and only wanted to fight for the fruit. Many mutants joined in, risking their lives and rushing forward. Within a radius of 100 meters, there were corpses of the mutants. Some of the mutants were very strong. They rushed to the vicinity of the small tree. Just when they were about to get the fruit, their faces suddenly turned black and they fell to the ground. They were poisoned. However, the others were not afraid. They threw the corpses and shrubs over to the tree and spread them on the ground. They would not stop until they got their hands on the fruit. Rumble. All of a sudden, a roaring sound came from the sky. A few armed helicopters flew over and strafed the mutants in a frenzy. In a split second, many people were killed and injured. The ground was stained with blood and corpses. Many of the mutants were terrified and quickly retreated. Even if they were powerful now, how many of them could be unafraid of firearms? They had not reached that level yet. Let's fight them, someone shouted. A pair of blue wings appeared on his back. He soared into the sky and dashed towards one of the helicopters. Bang! Unfortunately, there was a sniper in the dark. The sniper was shot by a large caliber firearm. A string of blood appeared on the forehead of the man, and he fell to the ground. This was a form of deterrence. The celestial biology showed its ferocious fangs and killed those who dared to fight for the fruit. Boom! All of a sudden, an armed helicopter exploded in the air. It burst into a huge ball of fire and disintegrated in a split second. The sound of the explosion was deafening. People were shocked. Who did this? In the distance, a few more helicopters appeared, but they were obviously different from the ones from celestial biology. They're from Bodhi Biogenetics, someone said. Bodhi Biogenetics was also a conglomerate. They were similar to celestial biology. Neither of them was afraid of the other. Both of them were well prepared and had brought along weapons that could intimidate others. Humph! In the air, a cold snort was heard. Silverwing had made his move. He turned into a silver bolt of lightning and dashed away. He was too fast. Before many people could react, he had already arrived in front of one of the helicopters from Bodhi Biogenetics. At that moment, he spread his wings, and a dazzling silver light burst out, lighting up the entire space. It was as if the sun had exploded. It was very glaring. With a snap, his silver wings swept past, cutting a large armed helicopter in half. He rushed past, and the helicopter was cut in half. The helicopter crashed into the ground with a loud bang, and a terrible fire erupted. The sound of the explosion shook the mountain of white snake. Everyone was shocked. That was a helicopter, but it was cut down just like that. Many of the mutants couldn't believe it. Bodhi Biogenetics had shot down an armed helicopter from celestial biology. Silverwing immediately returned the favor. His body was covered in silver light, and he stood in the air with an awe-inspiring presence. On the ground, near the small tree, Vajra had arrived. With a single leap, he was able to cover a distance of hundreds of meters. Without Silverwing to distract him, who could stop him? Boom! He stomped on the ground with all his might, and the ground cracked like an earthquake. The mutants around him felt as if they had been struck by lightning, and they were all sent flying backward. In front of him, the mutants were like scarecrows. This was a terrifying power, almost like a divine power. With one stomp, a large group of mutants on the ground were sent flying away. Kong Kim reached out his hand and grabbed the purple gold fruit on the small tree. Boom! However, the ground suddenly caved in, and he almost fell into it. Kong Kim somersaulted and leaped 10 meters away. He turned his head and stared at the ground. The ground was hollowed out, and the strange small tree, together with its roots and roots, were all stored in a large iron box. The people from celestial biology were well prepared, and they were waiting for the fruit to ripen. Otherwise, they would have made their move already. Of course, They also wanted to ambush Kong Kim here. Kong Kim's skin emitted a yellow light, and he let out a low roar, like the roar of the Buddha. It was deafening, and it made some people feel dizzy. Then, Kong Kim leaped into the air and plunged into the ground. Gunshots were fired, and bullets were fired at Kong Kim like heavy rain. Dang, dang, dang. At this moment, he waved his Buddha knife, and many of the bullets were split in half. Some of the bullets even bounced back and injured the people from celestial biology. However, the bullets were too concentrated and in such a narrow space. Even though Kong Kim's reflexes were fast and his instinct were terrifying, there was no way he could avoid all the bullets. The most terrifying thing happened. The bullets hit his body, and it caused him great pain. His body staggered, but in the end, they did not penetrate his body. The gunmen on the ground were terrified. What kind of monster was this? His skin was as hard as iron, and he was not afraid of firearms. It was too terrifying. As for those on the ground, many mutants had witnessed this scene with their own eyes. They were all dumbfounded. It turned out that the rumors were true. Kong Kim had an indestructible body, and he was not afraid of firearms. After Kong Kim landed on the ground, his body was strong and vigorous, like a ferocious lion. He dashed forward, and no one could stop him. Many mutants were hit by him, and their bones were broken. They were all sent flying. He grabbed the iron box. Then, like a bird of prey, he soared into the sky and landed on the ground. He was not in a hurry to split open the big iron box. He was worried that the bullets would damage the purple gold pine cone during the fierce battle. Kong Kim, you can't escape. Silver Wing was forced to return to the battlefield. Boom! In the distance, the sound of gunfire was heard. Airplanes were circling in the sky. Celestial biology and Bodhi genetics were engaged in an all-out battle. The others saw this and felt bitter. How could they win? Only one team was very excited, and that was Zhou Yiqian and his team. They were not afraid of death. They carried their camera equipment and ran with all their might to record the battle. The battle of the mutants, the confrontation of firearms. The scene made them tremble with excitement. To them, such a grand scene could be considered as godly material. Chu Feng's eyes were cold. He was watching the battlefield. He was ready to make his move. Yellow Cattle did not disappoint him. He sneaked up to the two mutants, pretending to be an ordinary mutant. The two of them had a tacit understanding. They looked at each other and then made their move. Silver Wing was fighting against Kong Kim. Both of them risked their lives and fought fiercely. At this critical moment, neither of them wanted to give up on the fruit. Kong Kim was carrying the iron box with one hand and fighting with the other. Obviously, he was at a disadvantage. He threw the iron box into the air and was ready to split it open. He did not care whether there would be bullets flying at him or not. However, at this moment, a mutant near him suddenly launched an attack. His strength was far beyond that of the others. Kong Kim was shocked. It was too late for him to dodge. This person was obviously not weaker than him and Silver Wing. Who was he? In the whole world, there were only 4 mutants who had such skills. Yellow Cattle took the initiative and attacked decisively. Clang, 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 clang. It kicked with its 2 hooves. One of its hooves stepped on Kong Kim's arm, and the other hit the back of his head. The sneak attack was a success. If it was someone else, his body would have been broken. However, Kong Kim staggered and rushed forward. His body was not damaged. It was amazing that his indestructible body was unparalleled. One should know that this time, Yellow Cattle had exerted all its strength to step on the iron box. Whoosh! Yellow Cattle did not care about these. It rushed past the iron box and bit the handle of the iron box. It did not stand upright anymore. It ran away on all 4s. Kong Kim was furious. He steadied his body and looked at the figure that was running away. He let out a long roar and chased after it. In the air, Silver Wing was also attacked. Chu Feng cooperated with Yellow Cattle. Just a moment ago, Silver Wing was forced to retreat with an arrow. Silver Wing was forced into the air. The arrowhead was stained with blood and scratched his arm. Silver Wing was injured. When he saw that it was Chu Feng, the silver light in his eyes intensified. He had been injured twice, and both times were caused by the same person. His killing intent was boundless. He looked back and found that Kong Kim was chasing after him. He was not in a hurry because he believed in Kong Kim's strength. He was incomparably cold and emotionless. He stared at Chu Feng. In fact, Kong Kim was anxious. He could not express his bitterness. The speed of the strange mutant was too fast. He was almost out of the mountain of White Snake. If he continued like this, he would definitely lose him. Boom! In the air, Silverwing's body was blooming with dazzling light. He was like a silver sun illuminating the sky. Powerful and mysterious waves burst out from his body as he dived towards Chu Feng. Swoosh! Chu Feng drew his bow. His eyes were cold. He released the arrow. In a split second, the sound was deafening. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. The arrow flew across the sky and flew towards the figure in the air. Silverwing's eyes were terrifying. He quickly moved to the side to avoid the arrow. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and knocked on the iron shaft. Bang! Thunder splashed, and the arrow exploded. His arm was scorched black, but it was not injured. At this moment, Silverwing's eyes became even colder. Chu Feng had to admit that this man was terrifyingly strong. Chi, Chi, Chi. Chu Feng continued to draw his bow. He no longer used his eyes to aim. Instead, he used his instinct to accurately predict where Silverwing would appear. Just like when he dodged the bullets, it was an early warning. Now, he was sensing the trajectory of his opponent in advance. Silverwing was shocked. He found that he could not avoid the arrows. His arm and shoulder were scratched by the lightning. His skin was cut open and blood was flowing out. To him, this was an incredible thing. He was not afraid of bullets anymore. The arrows shot by his opponent were even more terrifying than hot weapons. It's the power of thunder. His eyes were getting colder and colder. He dived forward and swore to get closer to Chu Feng and kill him. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh in the sky, the arrows were densely packed, covering Silverwing. There was no way for him to dodge all of them. All he could do was to face them head-on. His opponent had awakened some kind of divine instinct, which made him afraid. There were some arrow wounds on his body, but they did not hurt his core. His physique was so strong that it could resist bullets. Naturally, it was terrifying. If it were not for the special thunderous bow, other weapons would not have been able to hurt Silverwing. Boom! This time, the dense arrows were carrying more electric arcs. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. It was a horrifying scene. Puff! A jet of blood exploded. Silverwing let out a muffled groan. He nearly fell from the sky. He found that the arrow this time was different. It was a pure white bone arrow. It pierced through his shoulder and exploded a large piece of flesh. He was seriously injured. Swoosh! 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 The sky was densely packed with arrows. Chu Feng had used the dragon tooth arrow at the critical moment to kill Silverwing. Ah! In the sky, Silverwing screamed. His voice shook the mountain of White Snake. His body was covered in blood. His murderous intent was overwhelming. He stared coldly at Chu Feng and approached him. However, this time, he encountered great trouble. Within the concentrated arrow feathers, another bone arrow flew across the sky, piercing through his silver wings and exploding there. Blood dripped everywhere. A large piece of his silver wing was torn off. He lost his balance and almost fell to the ground. The mountain of White Snake was in chaos just a moment ago, but now it was quiet. Everyone was shocked and looked in the same direction. Was that Angel Ox? He was shooting at the celestial god with his bow, severely injuring the mutant at the top of the pyramid. Everyone shuddered with fear, and they were shocked to the extreme. Linoy was standing on the peak of the mountain. She witnessed the scene. The result was also very shocking to her. Silverwing was seriously injured. Ah! Silverwing roared. He hovered in the sky, ready to dive down again. He vowed to find a chance to kill that man. Come back, Linoy said. She was worried that Silverwing might meet with an accident. That man's bow and arrows were too terrifying. It was hard to defend against. In the distance, the national goddess Ding Sidong was also watching. She was very surprised. She never expected that the so-called angel ox could be so strong that he could stop Silverwing. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Chapter 61. Angel Ox drew his bow and shot at Silverwing. What a shocking scene it was. All the mutants were shocked. The mountain of white snake was in an uproar. "Don't attack again. Quickly come back," Lin Naoi shouted. At the moment, the mountain was in chaos, but it could not drown out her voice. The mutants were shocked. That cold and beautiful woman was not an ordinary person. Her magnetic and pleasant voice was able to penetrate through all the noise. Between the mountains, Silverwing stood in the air, his body covered in blood. His whole body was glowing with a silver light, and from his body, a terrifying wave of energy fluctuated. How could he accept this? As one of the 4 strongest mutants in the world, he could not believe that he was wounded to this extent. Kill! Silverwing launched another attack. He flapped his wings and spread them out. The snow-white light illuminated the sky, making him look like a white rock flying between the sky and the earth. At this moment, he increased his speed to the extreme, constantly changing his direction. He moved from east to west, leaving afterimages in his wake, stirring up gusts of strong wind. Sometimes he stayed close to the forest, sometimes he approached the mountain peak to evade Chu Feng's arrows. He only had one goal, and that was to get close to that man and then kill him. He was confident that he was invincible in close-quarters combat. Giant trees and boulders were torn apart. As long as he got close enough, the slightest touch from his wings would destroy everything in its path. Chu Feng had to admit that this man was extremely powerful. His physical body could ignore bullets, and his silver wings could cut down a helicopter. This was a mysterious power that transcended the mortal world. Silverwing kept approaching. He wanted to break through the arrow feathers and dash forward to kill that man. Kill! A loud roar shook the entire forest. He flapped his wings and flew towards Chu Feng at top speed, sticking close to the ground. Many people exclaimed in shock. They could only see his silver light, but not his figure. He was like a bolt of lightning, traversing across the mountain, destroying all the vegetation along the way. Even the mountain rocks were blasted apart. Wherever the silver wings went, there was nothing it could not destroy. It was too terrifying. People were horrified. If this kind of power really hit a human body, who would be able to withstand it? Many mutants finally understood why Silverwing was so invincible. He really had the capability to do so. All kinds of firearms were useless against him, and he could easily split them apart. Shit, Angel Ox is in danger, someone exclaimed. Some people were leaning towards Chu Feng, hoping that he could win this battle. At the very least, he wouldn't die in battle. Just now, when he shot the deity with his bow, it caused a huge commotion. Many people were looking forward to seeing what he would do next. Naturally, there were also a large number of people who favored Silverwing and had a good impression of him. Ever since the video of his battle was leaked, his popularity skyrocketed, which led to a lot of people paying attention to him. Silverwing will definitely win. The ultimate attack is unstoppable. Some people shouted, but they were very nervous because they had come to a critical moment. Whether Silverwing could make it to the front would determine his success or failure. A few girls were even praying. Chu Feng saw the silver light coming from afar. He drew his bow and knocked an arrow. He was very calm. Finally, he released the bowstring. Xiao! This was a dragon-tooth arrow, entirely spotlessly white. Right now, it erupted with the sound of thunder, bringing with it blazing electrical arcs. It turned into a streak of lightning, quickly flying out. An ordinary iron arrow with the help of the thunderous bow could explode a boulder weighing tens of thousands of pounds, let alone a bone arrow made from the teeth of a Tyrannosaurus. Silverwing's heart was pounding. He had never been so passive before. If he couldn't make it to the front, he couldn't do anything to that person, and he couldn't avenge himself. Especially at this moment, he felt his hair stand on end. He had no choice but to retreat. He trusted his intuition. That arrow was too dangerous, and it posed a fatal threat to him. Silverwing shifted his body sideways and dodged the incoming bone arrow with his head. Boom! Not far away from him, a boulder that was 6 to 7 meters high exploded into pieces. It was not hard to imagine how powerful that arrow was. Many people cried out in alarm. Those who were leaning towards Silverwing secretly let out a sigh of relief. They were glad that Silverwing had dodged the arrow. Kill! Some people were shouting, hoping that Silverwing would seize the opportunity to rush to the front lines in one spurt of energy. Puff! However, to those people's horror, a bone arrow suddenly flew over and pierced through Silverwing's body. A large amount of blood splashed out, and he was sent flying away. Boom! He crashed into the mountain wall. The power of the arrow was too strong. It nailed his body and pierced into the mountain. Blood flowed and dyed the stone wall red. Silverwing was hit in the chest by the arrow. The arrow pierced through his chest and pinned him to the steep mountain wall. This scene shocked everyone. Oh my God, Silverwing is in great danger. Someone cried out. No, how could this be? A young girl's face was pale. She was about to cry. Soon, these screams were drowned out by the sound of gunfire. Not far away, 2 armed helicopters flew over and launched a devastating barrage of firepower at Chufeng. Boom! Amidst the violent explosion, there were air-to-ground missiles being launched. This was a deadly weapon of mass destruction. It was impossible for a human body to resist it. In fact, after shooting the 2 bone arrows, Chufeng did not even bother to look at the result. He simply turned around and ran away at top speed. His keen intuition warned him that a great crisis was about to befall him, and that his life would be in danger. Every time he leaped, he would cover a distance of tens of meters. He ran as fast as he could, and as he expected, he managed to escape the disaster. You are courting death. Chufeng turned around and nocked an arrow. In a split second, an iron arrow flew out, accompanied by lightning, whistling through the air. Boom! One of the armed helicopters exploded. It disintegrated in mid-air, emitting a blinding fire. On the mountain of Whitesnake, everyone's jaws dropped. This was not the first time they had seen Angel Ox blow up a helicopter, but they were still shocked. This kind of skill was beyond people's understanding. It was a very primitive bow and arrow. How could it be so powerful? Chufeng did not stop. He knocked another iron arrow and released it. Accompanied by the sound of thunder, the arrow pierced through the sky and flew towards another armed helicopter. Boom! Flames soared to the sky. That helicopter also exploded in midair. The sound was deafening. Far away, on top of a mountain, an old man saw this scene. His vision darkened, and his body swayed unsteadily. Who would have thought that the sudden sneak attack was still ineffective? All the missiles had missed. Was that a man, a demon, or a god? At this moment, many mutants were incomparably shocked. What happened today was too much of a shock to them. They thought that after their metamorphosis, their level of life had evolved to an extraordinary level, and they were no longer ordinary humans. Who would have thought that after coming to the mountain of Whitesnake, they would receive a profound education? They had been taught a very scary lesson, and there was still a long way to go in the future. The mountain of Whitesnake was dead silent. Angel Ox's methods had exceeded everyone's expectations. He was just a single person, yet he dared to confront a colossus like celestial biology. Moreover, he did not suffer any losses. Rocket launchers, armed helicopters, missiles, and so on, none of them could harm him. Instead, they were destroyed one after another. This had broken some kind of balance. Who would have thought that a single person could be so powerful? Many people thought that only Silverwing, Kong Kim, and a few others could achieve such a feat. They had transcended the mortal world, and they could look down on the world with disdain. Who would have thought that Angel Ox would be able to inflict serious damage to Silverwing today? Where is Silverwing? Someone was puzzled. He was looking for Silverwing in the ravaged mountain. Finally, he found him. On the mountain wall, blood was dripping down. Silverwing's eyes were cold. He slowly moved his body, and with a bang, he broke free. He landed on the ground with the bone arrow in his hand. There was a terrible wound on his chest. It almost tore his body apart. A bone arrow had not only pierced through his chest, but also carried a horrifying, tearing force. Otherwise, how could it shatter a 6 to 7 meter tall boulder? One had to admit that Silverwing's body was incomparably strong. Even after being hit by such a powerful arrow, his body did not disintegrate. He had survived. Blood dyed half of his body red. He staggered, then suddenly raised his head and looked at Chu Feng in the distant forest. Wait until my alloy armor is completed. It will protect my body, and then I will cut off your head. His pupils were silvery white. He stared at Chu Feng in the distance. He clenched his fists and then leaped into the sky. Silverwing. Some people shouted. There were even some young girls who were crying. They thought that he was very sad. He was supposed to be invincible, but in the end, he suffered such a crushing defeat. Angel Ox. There were also many people who were shouting Angel Ox's name. They were full of expectations for this mysterious figure who had risen like a comet. Whoosh! Chu Feng moved. He held the longbow in his hand and chased after Silverwing. Ever since he found Silverwing's trail, he had been running like crazy. People were surprised. Angel Ox was indeed worthy of his reputation. His performance was just as fierce as before. Even at this point, Angel Ox had not given up. Even if Silverwing had flown into the sky, he still wanted to shoot him down. Angel Ox. Many people shouted. Zhou Etienne was the most excited. His body was covered with blood, and he was wounded. He brought a few mutants with him and followed Angel Ox from afar, recording the soul-stirring scenes. On a mountain peak, Linoy was working in an orderly manner. She issued 6 orders in a row, 3 of which were directed at those outside the mountain. She would not allow the fruit to be snatched away. She had already made arrangements and was well prepared. Even though Moo, Silverwing, and the old man had failed one after another, she was still calm and decisive. After giving the order, she turned around and looked in a certain direction. Then, a layer of soft light appeared outside her body, and she floated in the air. Swoosh! The next moment, she dashed forward. Her clothes fluttered in the wind, and her long hair danced in the wind. Her temperament was cold, and her whole person was extremely beautiful. She stopped beside Silverwing, facing the ground, and looked at Chu Feng, who was chasing after her. Let's go. Bodhi Biogenetics National Goddess, Ding Sitan said. Many people started to move. In the mountain of White Snake, many mutants also started to move. They were worried that celestial biology and Bodhi Biogenetics would use their hot weapons again. They were also worried that Angel Ox would lose his temper and shoot arrows at them. Chapter 62. Linoy's body was glowing as she hovered in the air. Her long hair and clothes fluttered in the wind. She looked down at the ground. Silverwing was covered in blood. Even his silver hair was wet and dyed scarlet. There were many wounds on his body. It was a ghastly sight. The two of them stood side by side, hovering over the ridge of White Snake. Both of them had an extraordinary temperament. Chu Feng stood in the middle of the mountain, holding a longbow in his hand. He quietly looked at the sky. The distance was too far for him to shoot Silverwing. This was the advantage of being able to fly. Even if he was no match for the enemy, he could still hide in the sky. No matter how strong the enemy on the ground was, they could not touch him. For a moment, neither of them made a sound, as if they were confronting each other. In the ridge of White Snake, many mutants were paying close attention to the battle. Linoy was tall and slender. Her skin was fair, but her temperament was too cold. Her delicate face looked like it was carved out of ice and snow. Her beautiful eyes were deep. She did not want to be the enemy of the man down there. If it were not for Moo, today's incident would not have happened. The celestial biology had suffered a great loss. Even Silverwing was nearly shot to death by it. There was a layer of halo around Linoy's body, enveloping her. She slowly ascended and brought Silverwing to a higher altitude to avoid the sneak attack of the bow and arrows. Are you all right? She tilted her head. Her snow-white neck and long hair danced in the wind. Her eyes were fixed on Silverwing, looking at the terrible arrow wounds on his body. Silver Wing shook his head. Some of the wounds on his body were so deep that the front and back of his body could be seen. For example, the wound on Silver Wing's body was torn open. Some of the wounds had shrunk temporarily, but they were more serious. For example, the wound on his chest. A bow and arrow had pierced through his chest. Linoy took out a crystal bottle. There was some purple liquid inside. She opened the bottle and poured the liquid on Silverwing's wounds. Surprisingly, the liquid had a miraculous effect. The blood stopped oozing out, and the wounds were tightly sealed. After celestial biology had obtained some strange fruits, they made a breakthrough in the field of genetic medicine and developed several secret medicines. A few mutants with the ability to soar into the sky appeared. They all had feathered wings and surrounded Linoy and Silver Wing to protect them. In fact, they were already very high up from the ground. It was difficult for arrows and guns to reach them. Soon, the people from Bodhi Biogenetics arrived. Some of the mutants could fly, and they confronted Linoy and the others. Others approached Chu Feng. Ding Sitong appeared, walking gracefully through the forest under the protection of a group of people. Soon, she was not too far away from Chu Feng. In the mountains, many mutants were shocked to see this scene. They began to discuss in low voices. They had a hunch that Bodhi Biogenetics wanted to recruit Chu Feng, and now they had to express their goodwill. In the distance, a skinny man with slicked-back hair hiding on a mountain peak couldn't help but howl when he saw this scene. My goddess! Zhou Quan was both excited and shocked. He hadn't left the entire time, watching from afar. At first, he was very worried about Chu Feng, but after seeing his heroic performance, he was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped to the ground. Now, he saw that the national goddess, Ding Sitong, was heading in the same direction, and her target was Chu Feng. He couldn't stay calm anymore. He is Angel Ox, and I'm also a member of the Ox family. Zhou Quan touched the horns on his slick-back hair. For the first time, he felt that the horns were not as ugly as he thought they were. He even felt that they were more pleasing to the eye. In the forest, Chu Feng was on high alert. Whether it was celestial biology or Bodhi Biogenetics, he wanted to keep a respectful distance from them. This kind of conglomerate was unfathomable. It was hard to say if it was a blessing or a curse to be too close to them. If it were not for the fact that Mu was against him and Silver Wing wanted to kill him, he would have left the place long ago. There would not have been such a big commotion. Jiang Luoshin. In the sky, Linoy called out, looking at the group of people below. Many mutants were puzzled. Who was Jiang Luoshin? Following her gaze, they suspected that it was Ding Sitong. Sure enough, Ding Sitong responded with a sweet smile. Are you Linoy? Many people were stunned. The national goddess had another name, Jiang Luoshin. Only a few people knew the truth. They whispered to the people around them that her real name was indeed Jiang Luoshin, and Ding Sitong was just her stage name. The Jiang family was one of the most important members of Bodhi Biogenetics. They asked their children to keep a low profile, otherwise they would easily attract criticism. Everyone was enlightened. The name Luoshin was indeed pleasant to hear, but it was not suitable for everyone. Obviously, this young lady of the Jiang family had that kind of charm. Otherwise, she would not have been called the national goddess in such a short period of time. You are too impatient. In the sky, Linoy spoke. Her voice was cold and elegant. She combed her hair and stared at the people below. Her words were simple. She just wanted to remind Angel Ox that a few words were enough. Saying too much was not good. It was supposed to be a good hand, but Mu had turned it into such a terrible situation. Mu was killed, and Silver Wing was seriously injured. Of course, Linoy would not show goodwill to Angel Ox, but she also did not want to see Bodhi Biogenetics try to recruit people. Are you worried? Jiang Luoshin smiled brightly. Her beautiful face dazzled many young men. She was calm and did not say much. She did not hide her intention to recruit Angel Ox, and she directly pointed out Linoy's concerns. To Linoy, the current situation was indeed troublesome. Was she going to fight Angel Ox to death? It was not the right time to do so. Otherwise, the loss would be even greater. Recruit him? That was also impossible. Mu had made a bad move, and no one would be able to take it. In the sky, Linoy was very calm. She looked at Jiang Luoshin and said, "A smile that can topple a city. I forgot to congratulate you." Many mutants were surprised, but they immediately understood. Many people already knew that the national goddess was also a mutant. Her ability was similar to the legendary nine-tailed white fox. She was very strong, and more importantly, she could charm the whole world. Linoy said it in a roundabout way. A smile that can topple a city, another smile that can topple a country. Was she referring to the legendary nine-tailed white fox? Was she warning Angel Ox to be careful? She said it very casually, but it all depended on what everyone thought. Jiang Luoshin didn't seem to mind. She walked towards Chu Feng with light steps and graceful steps. She came closer and directly invited Chu Feng to join Bodhi Biogenetics. She said that she came for him, and her smile was very moving. Chu Feng felt strange. After the upheaval, the world had become more and more mysterious. Mutants appeared frequently, and even the legendary nine-tailed white fox had the ability to do so. Since the goddess has invited me, of course, I can't wait any longer. But I really don't want to stay here any longer. I want to leave immediately. Chu Feng was quite calm and even had a hint of mockery in his tone. How about you give me your name card, and I'll treat you to tea some other day? Many people were surprised. Asking the national goddess for a name card and treating her to tea in the future, he made it sound so easy and open-minded. The people from celestial biology were slightly relieved. They could tell that Angel Ox was declining. It seemed that he did not want to join Bodhi Biogenetics. "Sure, this is my name card." To everyone's surprise, Jiang Luoshin smiled brightly and generously. Then, she handed over a name card. One of the mutants took the name card and ran over to Chu Feng. "Sure, I'll treat you when you're free." Chu Feng turned around and left without hesitation. Since he could not kill Silverwing, there was no point in staying. At the same time, he did not want to get involved in the battle between the two giants, celestial biology and Bodhi Biogenetics. He wanted to leave as soon as possible and return to his original form. Then, he would be able to stay out of the whirlpool. "Brother, this is my name card." At this time, someone chased after Chu Feng. It was Zhou Yiqian, who was talking excitedly behind Chu Feng. Chu Feng turned around and ran away as soon as he saw that it was Zhou Yiqian. He did not want to play the role of Demon Ox the Great Saint. The mutants were stunned, and then they could not help but laugh. How could the valiant Angel Ox run away? "Angel Ox, please wait a moment," Zhou Yiqian shouted. "Don't chase after me. There is a national goddess behind you. Go and cooperate with her." Chu Feng strode away and disappeared in the blink of an eye. "Huh." The mutants laughed. "I will definitely invite Goddess Jiang," Zhou Yiqian shouted from behind. In fact, he did not chase after Chu Feng. Instead, he ran over to Jiang Luoshin and tried to invite her with warm words. Jiang Luoshin was beautiful and always had a gentle smile on her face. However, when she heard what Zhou Yiqian said, she could not help but feel a little embarrassed. "Goddess Jiang, I am serious," Zhou Yiqian said again and again. This was an epic-making drama. "Look, isn't there someone over there who is very suitable?" Jiang Luoshin smiled and pointed at Linoy. "She can fly in the air like a legend. Plus, she is so beautiful and elegant." "She is indeed suitable," Zhou Yiqian said. When he turned around again, Jiang Luoshin had already left. She did not even give him a chance to speak. He wanted to chase after her, but a mutant stopped him. "Director, what should we do?" someone asked in a low voice. "Don't worry, they have already been recorded. Both goddesses are participating," Zhou Yiqian said in a domineering tone. However, after saying that, he carefully looked around and found that no one was paying attention. Only then did he shout again, "Let's go. We need to capture all kinds of big scenes." On the outskirts of the mountain of White Snake, the yellow cattle stopped. It was very vigilant and felt uneasy. This was because it had sensed that something was wrong in this area for a long time. Especially now, it sensed that there was a great danger ahead. However, if it stopped now, the King Kong would soon arrive. It could not leave, but it could not stay either. This gave a headache. Suddenly, it saw a big black cow leisurely eating grass near the mountain pass. Its fur was black and glossy. Yellow Cattle's eyes lit up when it saw the cow. It began to plot something. It quietly hid the iron box and quickly took off its animal skin clothes. It looked down at its golden fur and shook it violently. The golden color suddenly disappeared, and it turned into a black cow. Of course, it was very small. It was not big to begin with. It looked like a calf. The color of its horns had also changed. They were no longer golden, and there was no difference between them. Yellow Cattle walked out in a swaggering manner. It moved closer to the big black cow and chewed on the fresh grass with a clear conscience. The big black cow ignored it. It was quite calm, as if it did not notice that there was an extra calf here. The King Kong let out a long roar and chased after it. He was somewhat angry. He was inexplicably ambushed by a strange person and lost the purple gold pine cone. It was really hard for him to accept. It would have been fine if he did not get it, but it was stolen by someone else. When he passed by here, he slightly hesitated and stopped. This was because he also felt that there seemed to be a great danger at the edge of the mountain of White Snake. While the King Kong was puzzled, behind him, the small black cow that was eating grass quietly stood up. Then, it fiercely knocked on the back of the King Kong's head. The sharp pain made the King Kong see stars. His vision darkened, and he almost fell to the ground. In that instant, he suffered at least 5 hooves. The force was so great that it could tear a boulder weighing tens of thousands of kilograms. If it was someone else, their head would have become a rotten watermelon. Even though he had an indestructible body, the pain was unbearable. The King Kong's lungs were about to explode. He was ambushed again, especially when he turned around and saw that it was a calf. His eyes almost popped out. Damn it, it was actually a small black cow? The King Kong thought of a strange person not long ago. After snatching the iron box, the strange person seemed to have run away on all fours. He thought that the person was proficient in the leaping technique and used both his hands and feet for the convenience of climbing the steep hillside. He did not expect that it was actually a strange beast. The King Kong was furious. He was fuming with anger. This small black cow had knocked his head twice in a row. Did it think that he was easy to bully? He endured the sharp pain at the back of his head and rushed towards the yellow cattle. He wanted to fight it. The yellow cattle felt a little guilty. It could see that the King Kong's body was ridiculously strong. He was too resistant to beatings. After so many hooves, he still could not be knocked down. This meant that the King Kong was in trouble. Clang, clang, clang. At this moment, the big black cow in the distance suddenly moved. It was unbelievably fast. When the King Kong turned around and was about to deal with the yellow cattle, the big black cow stood up and directly gave him 4 hooves. It was big in size, and its strength seemed to be boundless. Clang, clang, clang. The sound was dull. The King Kong's eyes rolled, and his body swayed. He could not stand anymore. He tried to turn around and look behind him. In the end, his head was hit by the big black cow's hooves again. What was going on? The yellow cattle's eyes widened. It stared ahead as if it had seen a ghost. Chapter 63. Kong Kim rolled his eyes and could not stand steadily. Even though he had an indestructible body, he could not withstand the attack and was about to collapse. However, he was unwilling and extremely indignant. He wanted to stay awake. He was a mutant at the top of the pyramid and one of the 4 masters. How could he faint? Especially at the last moment, he saw another ambusher. Damn it, it was a cow. Did he fall into a cow's nest today? Kong Kim wanted to curse. He had always been steady and calm no matter what happened. But now, he wanted to curse and swear. He was too angry. 2 cows had taken care of him. One big and one small. Why were they so dark? From Kong Kim's point of view, these 2 cows not only had black fur, but their minds were also black. How could they attack him so shamelessly? They were obviously very strong, but they were so wretched and liked to attack from the back of people's heads. Kong Kim's consciousness was struggling, but his eyelids were getting heavier. The black yak was very calm. It acted as if it was an otherworldly expert and had nothing to do with it. Yellow Cattle came to its senses and ran to the front. Fearing that Kong Kim would recover, it jumped up and heavily kicked him in the head. The pain was unbearable. Even though Kong Kim's eyes were rolling back and he was about to faint, he still felt that his scalp was about to split open. His eyes were unfocused, and he vaguely saw that it was Calf. How hateful! He was about to faint, but he was still kicked. This made him extremely angry. Thump! He fell to the ground and completely fainted. He could no longer move. Only then did the yellow cattle turn around and look at the black yak with its eyes wide open. It was still a little confused. Who was this big guy? Yellow cattle felt guilty. It really didn't know that this black yak was a mutant beast. It turned out that he was so extraordinary. Moo! Yellow cattle called out to greet the black yak. It was very thick-skinned and tried to get close to the black yak. That was because it felt that it was unlikely that it could defeat the black yak. How powerful were those hooves? Clang, clang, clang. Kong Kim was immediately smashed into a daze and fainted. It had ambushed Kong Kim twice, but it still couldn't knock him out. Son of a b****, calf, are you tired of living? The black yak spoke in human language. The sudden words made the yellow cattle's hair stand on end. With a whoosh, it retreated dozens of meters away. It was given a huge fright. It knew what it meant to encounter a mutated beast that could speak in this mutated world. It would definitely be a vicious one. If it was originally a creature of this world, it could only mean that this beast was too powerful. Being able to speak the human language at such a young age meant that its future achievements would be terrifying. Moreover, if he came from the same place as the yellow cattle, then that was even more formidable. If an old fellow with tyrannical strength wanted to come over, the price he had to pay was too great. It was definitely extraordinary. Why are you running? Stay by my side, and I will ensure your safety. Otherwise, you might die here today, the black yak lectured. Yellow cattle was bewildered, but in the end it came over slowly. It drooped its head, feeling that it had encountered a big guy that it definitely couldn't afford to offend. It had to do whatever the other person said, or else it probably wouldn't end well. Chu Feng was as fast as lightning. He crossed the canyon and the forest all the way to the outskirts of the White Snake Ridge. Wait a minute, what's going on? He widened his eyes as he looked at the mountainous area in front of him. There were two cows there. One was a calf. Its entire body was black and shiny. It was too familiar. No matter how he looked at it, it looked like a yellow cattle. It was just that the color of its fur was not right. This was because Chu Feng saw the big cloth bag hanging on its body. It was specially used to store its communicator. This damned cow probably wanted to keep the mutant fruit for itself. It turned its fur black. Chu Feng felt that the yellow cattle was up to no good. But why is there a black yak? Chu Feng looked at it from afar. He actually felt that. It was also very familiar. In an instant, he shuddered. He suddenly remembered that he had definitely seen this yak before. The one from Mount Kunlun. Chu Feng was sure that he was not mistaken. It was really exactly the same. This was a black yak. Its fur was like silk, flowing with black light. Its body was 3 meters long. It had left a very deep impression on Chu Feng. Although it was very far away, Chu Feng's physique had been greatly improved. Whether it was his vision or hearing, they were many times better than ordinary people. He vaguely heard that the black yak was speaking the human language. What's going on? Chu Feng was also stunned. An exotic beast could speak the human language. This was too terrifying. This was a spirit. He had heard from the yellow cattle that in this world, if there was an exotic beast that could speak the human language now, it would definitely be extraordinary. Subsequently, he changed his position to observe again. This time, he found King Kong, who was thrown into the grass. This made Chu Feng's hair stand on end. He was now sure that this black yak was absolutely terrifying. It was a ruthless character. This was because not long ago, Yellow Cattle's sneak attack failed to defeat King Kong. This person was known to have an indestructible body and was unparalleled in strength. Especially when King Kong was fighting for the purple gold pine fruit, he was once shot by firearms. So many bullets hit his body, but he was still unscathed. It was evident how amazing his physical body was. In the distance, the black yak raised its head and glanced at Chu Feng. Chu Feng shuddered. He had most likely been discovered. This yak was too powerful. Its divine sense was too sharp. He could not hide from it, even from such a long distance. However, he did not stand up. He did not want to take the initiative to go over. Chu Feng calmed himself down and pondered carefully. How did this black yak come out of Mount Kunlun? After the upheaval, the distance between Mount Taihang and Mount Kunlun was at least tens of thousands of miles. How could the yak come all the way here? He even suspected that the black yak was chasing after him. Thinking about it carefully, it could not be. Otherwise, it would have been able to capture him back then. It has become a spirit. It must have come here by coincidence. Or maybe it heard that there was a mutant fruit in Mount Taihang, so it came here to fight for it? Chu Feng guessed. In the distance, yellow cattle was dispirited. It did not want to be controlled by the yak. It had gone through so much to enter this world and become a sage ancestor. If it could not become a venerable being, it would be too boring to have an old man lecturing it beside it. Do you think the fruit is yours just because you got it? The black yak scolded it. Yellow cattle was not convinced. It believed that if it was not for this mysterious black yak, the purple gold pine fruit would have belonged to it. What a joke. Do those humans, and you really think you have the upper hand here? They don't know that they could be wiped out at any time. The black yak lectured it. What was going on? Yellow cattle was shocked. Its eyes widened in disbelief. Do you know what's around here? Mutant beasts. They have surrounded this place for a long time. However, they do not know much about humans. This is a good opportunity for them to observe their tactics and firearms in the dark. In the distance, Chu Feng had also heard this. He felt a chill run down his spine. There were many mutant beasts observing humans. I suspect that there is a super ruthless character behind these mutant beasts. He is observing every move of humans and taking this opportunity to train his subordinates, the black yak said slowly. Mutant beasts were this intelligent. They were observing humans, learning from them, and then counteracting them. Chu Feng was moved. If what the black yak said was true, then the consequences would be terrifying. It was hard to say who would be the master of this world in the future. He thought of something that Linoy had told him. Mutant beasts were very intelligent. They had strong learning and imitating abilities. They were even better than humans. Now it seemed that the reason why the mutant beasts did not come out was because they had not understood everything about humans. They were observing them in the dark. The more he thought about it, the more chills ran down his spine. Something big was going to happen in the future. Yellow cattle was still a little unconvinced. So what if there were many mutant beasts? With its ability, it could easily break out of the encirclement. Moreover, it could directly swallow the fruit and evolve first. You calf, are you still not convinced? I already said that I saved your life. Otherwise, you would have died the moment you opened that iron box. The black yak stretched out a hoof and rubbed its head. It seemed like a reprimand, but it was also a kind of pampering. Yellow cattle was suspicious. It ran over and brought the iron box over. With a clang, it kicked the box made of fine steel and cracked it. Get out of the way. There is a mutant beast inside. It is very dangerous, the black yak warned. It moved forward and stomped down with its hoof. The iron box was completely smashed into pieces. A lush green tree was revealed. There was a purple gold pine cone on it. It had already ripened and cracked open. There were sparkling pine, nuts like jade inside, filling the air with a sweet fragrance. Swoosh! A beam of silver light flew out. It was so fast that people could not react in time. If they were not prepared, they would definitely be hit. Clang! The black yak lifted a hoof and sent him flying with a kick. Swoosh! A small white, snake the length of a chopstick landed on the rock. It stood upright and once again flew over. It was like a bolt of silver lightning, its speed inconceivable. With a bang, the small snake was kicked away by the black yak again. Moo! The black yak let out a low roar, emitting a terrifying pressure. He stared coldly at the small snake and said, "Don't make a mistake. I have already shown you mercy." The small silver snake stuck out its tongue. It was very unwilling, but in the end, it was intimidated by the black yak's pressure. It turned into a beam of silver light and escaped. In the distance, Chu Feng saw everything clearly. He was shocked. If he had opened the iron box without any preparation, the consequences would be unimaginable. He finally understood why so many people within 10 meters of the small tree had died. There was actually a small white snake guarding it. It was highly toxic. Although it was only the length of a chopstick, it was still a mutated beast. Moreover, it was obvious that it was very powerful, far more powerful than the mutants. See that? That white snake is not ordinary. It can be considered a mutant even among the mutated beasts. If it really attacks, you might not be able to defend yourself. The black yak lectured Yellow Cattle. Yellow Cattle was indeed shocked. In the distance, the small snake that escaped hissed and stuck out its tongue, making a strange sound. Something's not right. Let's go. At this moment, the black yak was a little nervous. There were many people outside the White Snake Ridge. They were all from celestial biology and Bodhi genetics. Not long ago, Linoy had issued 6 consecutive orders. Among them, some were for the people outside. She had made meticulous arrangements and had a lot of backup plans. In fact, Bodhi genetics had done the same. They had made meticulous arrangements, and all the roads had been blocked. On top of the mountain peak, 2 old men were playing chess. Both of them had snow-white hair and looked very kind. Let's make a deal. Neither you nor I are allowed to do anything. We'll let the younger generation do whatever they want. Don't lose your patience when the time comes, one of the old men said with a smile. Don't worry. Bodhi genetics is a man of his word. If we really lose, the fruit will be taken away by your celestial biology. Besides, you and I may not be a match for Kong Kim and the others, the other old man said with a smile. The 2 of them came from opposite camps, celestial biology and Bodhi genetics respectively. Unexpectedly, they were playing chess together. Not good. The old man from Bodhi genetics suddenly raised his head. 2 rays of silver light shot out from his eyes. Oh no, something terrible has happened. The old man from celestial biology stood up in shock. His breathing became heavy. Chapter 64. The 2 old men shouted their orders. Silver light gushed out from their noses and mouths, transforming into ripples that spread out in all directions. Their voices were so loud that it reverberated throughout the entire mountain. They rushed down the mountain and back to their own camps. After receiving their orders, the leaders quickly organized their troops to prepare for battle. They also began to contact Linoy, Jiang Luoshen, and the others in the mountain. It was extremely stifling in the mountain. It was extremely uncomfortable and suffocating. There are no dark clouds in the sky, but it was still difficult to breathe. It was as if there was a huge rock pressing down on one's chest. It was like the calm before the storm. The stifling and deathly stillness were waiting to be broken, violently torn apart. This area was extremely abnormal. There was not even the slightest movement, but it was enough to make one's skin crawl. The 2 old men stood on different mountain peaks with solemn expressions. They were on high alert, preparing to receive the people in the mountains. At the border of the mountain of White Snake, both the birds and the mutants were extremely uneasy. There was a kind of terror in their hearts. Even their souls were throbbing. Groups after groups of people began to move and began to evacuate from the mountain. Be careful, someone shouted. They could not retreat too far away. They still had to receive the people in the depths of the mountain. All of a sudden, the 2 old men's expressions changed. They sensed danger. Even as powerful as they were, their hair stood on end. Soon, the mutants also sensed something. It was as if they were being stared at by a prehistoric beast. They trembled in fear and hurriedly looked into the distance. In the distance, there were indistinct figures of living creatures. Oh my God, so many fierce beasts. They covered the entire mountain. A mutant cried out, breaking the silence. One after another, beasts appeared silently and slowly, closing in on the area. This was extremely terrifying. There were too many of them, but they did not make a single sound. They were orderly, surrounding the area from all directions. It was precisely because of this kind of silence, this kind of pressure, that made people panic and feel waves of fear. Those were beasts. How could they be so united and move forward in a rhythmic manner, besieging all the mutants? Moreover, they belonged to different tribes, but there was no conflict between them. They did not offend each other at all. They only had one target, the human race. A fishy smell wafted through the air, releasing their wild nature. One after another, the beasts scuttled out from the valley, pressing forward from the forest. There was no end in sight. As he got closer, he could already see the appearances of these beasts. There was a monkey with golden fur, a wild wolf whose body seemed to be cast from bronze, a wild boar as huge as an armored vehicle, and a green snake as thick as a bucket. This was a group of monsters that were different from normal species. They had long mutated, and one look was enough to tell that they weren't to be trifled with. Everyone knew something was wrong. Things were not looking good for the mutants in Tying Mountains. So many terrifying beasts were coming out at the same time. It was definitely a disaster for them. Each of the strange beasts gave off an extremely dangerous aura. Their eyes were cold as they slowly approached, causing people to feel terrified. Stop them. Someone gave the order. Now that the distance was just right, they could use firearms to sweep the area. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable once they got close. Bang, bang, bang. In the mountains, the sound of gunfire rang out. Tongues of flame spewed out, pouring down endless firepower, and the sounds of explosions rose and fell one after another. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of cannons rang out as well. On the opposite side of the mountain, giant trees were snapped and boulders collapsed. Even a layer of the ground was shaved off. However, these strange beasts were too sensitive. They had already begun to hide before the sound of gunfire could be heard. They hid in the low-lying areas and behind the boulders. They were extremely vigilant. Their movements were swift. Each of the strange beasts had a pair of deep and profound eyes, as if they possessed intelligence. They were very calm and did not panic even when they were being bombarded by gunfire. Screams of agony could be heard. Some people dropped their weapons as half of their arms were bitten off. A huge silver rat appeared. It was at least 3 feet long, and its mouth was full of sharp teeth that were stained with blood. It rushed out from a hole in the ground, and its speed was so fast that it sent shivers down people's spines. Within a few leaps, more than a dozen people screamed in agony as their arms were bitten off. The huge rat had silver fur, and it was extremely ferocious. It scuttled back and forth in the crowd, wounding people continuously. A mutant tried to attack it with great force, but he found that the silver rat's body was extremely tough. With a shake of its fur, it was able to neutralize the attack. Crack! The moment the rat turned around, it bit off the mutant's hand. Even the bones were exposed. Snakes, there are so many poisonous snakes. Very soon, someone shouted in another area. The grass was wriggling. It was not just 1 or 2 snakes, but tens of thousands of snakes that were madly rushing over. The people screamed in fear. This scene made people's scalps go numb. The machine guns swept through the area, and many of the snakes were badly mutilated. However, even more snakes were rushing over. They were too dense, and there seemed to be no end to them. Furthermore, right at this moment, a few snakes that were as fast as lightning rushed over with frightening destructive power. Poo, Pu, Pu, a small silver snake the length of a chopstick shot out continuously, directly piercing through people's frontal bones. Each hit was fatal. In a short moment, more than a dozen people were killed, and half of them were mutants. There were also a few snakes that were not much weaker than it. It was as if they could ride on the wind, wherever they passed. Those who were bitten by the snakes died with their faces turning black. Tens of thousands of snakes were wreaking havoc in the forest. This kind of scene made people shiver, and goosebumps rose all over their bodies. Roar! The ferocious beasts in the distance pounced over. Taking advantage of the chaos here, the firepower was not as fierce as before. Each of them had an ominous glint in their eyes as they pounced madly. Don't run. Fire the cannons. Kill them all. Someone shouted. Whether it was celestial biology or Bodhi biogenetics, they were all in chaos. They were shrouded in fear, and some people began to flee in panic. Boom, 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 tongues of fire spat out, and the sound of cannons rang out incessantly. Indeed, some mutant beasts were killed. Some were blasted into a bloody mess, and not even their bones were left. However, the firepower was rapidly weakening, and there was no way to continue. This was because all kinds of poisonous snakes were rushing over. There were also many extremely cunning mutant beasts that hid behind the mountain rocks. They crawled forward and killed their way in front of the people. A golden monkey howled. Its body wasn't tall, and it was about the same size as an ordinary ape. However, it was extremely powerful and incomparably cruel. With a PU sound, it tore a human apart. A woo! The howl of a wolf shook the sky. A wolf whose entire body was bronze in color, incomparably ferocious, forcibly rushed to the front. Bullets hit its body, emitting bursts of sparks. It was completely ineffective. After the mutation, its flesh and blood had turned into bronze, and it was not afraid of firearms. It pounced forward, and with a sweep of its sharp claws, 2 mutants were cut in half at the waist. Run! The people screamed, and panic was contagious. There was also a wolf that looked like it was carved out of stone. Everywhere it passed, many people turned into stone statues. It had the strange ability to petrify. Boom! An armored vehicle was sent flying by a wild boar, and it crashed into the crowd. The scene was tragic, and many people were crushed under the vehicle. That wild boar was incomparably huge, and it was taller than an armored vehicle. Its fangs were as bright as snow, and it was like a broadsword. As it charged forward, nothing could stop it. Run! The people on the outskirts of the White Snake Ridge could no longer hold on. It was too bloody, and some people's minds were broken. They ran all the way to the depths of the mountain. Originally, they wanted to rescue the people inside, but in the end, they were forced to come back. Panic spread, and some people ran away. How could the others fight with peace of mind? In the end, they all ran away, and no matter how the leaders shouted, it was useless. Bomb them, kill them all. The old man from Celestial Biology roared. He had killed many mutant beasts, and his eyes were bloodshot. But what could he do alone? He had no choice but to retreat, and he ordered the armed helicopters to bring up the rear and bomb the beasts. Bodhi biogenetics wasn't any better. The old man there was covered in beast blood, and in the end, he also retreated in a sorry state. The 2 corporations were powerful, and there were many armed helicopters hidden in the outskirts of the mountain. At this moment, they were all roaring, and their firepower was ferocious. Boom! In the mountainous region, a huge snake as thick as a bucket pounced out from a mountain peak. With a snap, the snake's body, which was dozens of meters long, forcefully smashed a plane in half, causing it to fall with a loud bang. Oh my God! After seeing this scene, many people's hearts trembled. These beasts were too terrifying. At the same time, the cry of a bird was heard in the air. A huge falcon, 6 to 7 meters long, was as fast as lightning. It tore through the air and caught up to a helicopter. With a crack, its sharp claws directly tore the helicopter apart. Even steel couldn't stop it, and it was torn apart like paper. This scene was too shocking to the people. Even the helicopter was useless, and it was destroyed by the bird. Boom! Not far away, another armed helicopter was also attacked. The scene was horrifying. It was a woodpecker. It wasn't very big, only about a foot long. Its whole body was shining with a silver luster, as if it was made of metal. Its body was incomparably hard, especially its long, sharp beak flowing with silver light. It pierced through the helicopter and directly rushed inside. Following that, miserable screams were heard. Its beak was stained with blood as it flew out rapidly. The helicopter fell to the ground with a boom, and flames rose tens of meters into the air. It's over. We humans are in for a disaster. Some people were trembling with ashen faces. They were extremely terrified. At this moment, many people thought of the future. With so many ferocious beasts appearing in groups, the consequences would be unpredictable once they attacked humans. Perhaps this was just a preview of the terrifying future. These beasts had all activated their intelligence, and they attacked in an organized manner. The beasts were focused on the humans on the ground, while the birds were destroying the aircraft. The troops of celestial biology and Bodhi biogenetics were completely routed, and they fled into the depths of the White Snake Ridge. Very soon, they encountered the people who were retreating. Didn't we say that we were going to retreat? Why did you come back? We can't escape. We're surrounded by tens of thousands of beasts. We're trapped. These beasts are everywhere, and every one of them is bloody and cruel. We're no match for them. After the two sides met up, they had a simple conversation. The atmosphere of terror was spreading. Everyone was panicking. How could they escape when they were trapped in the mountains? Don't be afraid. There are less than 800 beasts. The rest are just ordinary beasts summoned by them. We have thousands of mutants here, and we can easily crush them, the old man from Bodhi biogenetics said. The old man from Bodhi biogenetics opened his mouth. His hair was snow white, and his body was covered in beast blood. He was awe-inspiring as he killed a 6-meter-long mutated leopard and threw its huge carcass on the ground. With a rumble, the ground trembled slightly. Zhang Luoshen walked to his side and whispered to him to understand the situation. She then said, "Don't panic, everyone. It's no big deal. It's just a bunch of beasts. 4 or 5 of us will be able to kill them all." The comforting words of the national goddess were very effective. Many people who were still panicking gradually calmed down. Even such a beautiful woman was so calm and unafraid. They couldn't afford to be too cowardly. On the other side, in the celestial biology section, Linoy was also listening to the old man with white hair and a youthful face. Thousands of mutants gathered together, ready to fight back and kill their way out of the mountain of White Snake. Chu Feng witnessed everything with his own eyes. He could feel the seriousness of the situation. He knew that many people would die today. Beasts with the intelligence of humans were extremely terrifying. Then, he looked into the distance. At this time, the black yak was educating the yellow cattle. According to the yellow cattle, they were going to peel the pine nuts out of the pine cone. However, the black yak stopped them and told them that they only needed to peel a few dozen pine nuts. There's a ruthless character behind these beasts. Who knows? Maybe we'll have to pay tribute to them. Hand over the pine cone and hide the pine nuts, the black yak said. He guessed that the pine cone had long been reserved by the terrifying Beast King and had been specially guarded by a small silver snake. However, it seemed that the Beast King didn't really care about the purple pine cone. Otherwise, it would have taken it away long ago. Perhaps it was more concerned about the various actions of the humans. It was observing and understanding the firearms. The black yak was quite calm. He led the yellow cattle and swaggered towards the group of beasts. He didn't panic at all. Behind him, Chu Feng was quite speechless. These 2 oxen were too leisurely. How could they leave so leisurely and leisurely? He wanted to follow them, but he stopped himself. He was a human. If he was discovered by the beasts, he would definitely be attacked. The yellow cattle was quite loyal. It mooed a few times and told the black yak that there was a friend behind them. Do you know that the clay bodhisattva crossing the river can't even protect itself? It's exactly like you. You might not even be able to leave this place alive. Who cares so much? The black yak cast a sidelong glance at the yellow cattle. Let's leave first. I want to see who is behind these beasts. If we can save them, I don't mind helping your friend, the black yak said. Then they walked out of the mountain of White Snake and approached the group of beasts. They were still quite a distance away when the black yak opened his mouth and shouted, "Brothers, thank you for your hard work." What did he mean? How could he do that? In the distance, Chu Feng was dumbfounded. The black yak was very calm, like a swindler. He swaggered over and said, "Brothers of all races are one big family. Thank you for your hard work today." All the beasts stared at the yak with puzzled expressions. They had developed intelligence and possessed extraordinary memories. They were sure that they had never seen this black yak before. It didn't look like a beast from Mount Taiyang. However, they also knew that this yak was very terrifying because it could speak human language. The black yak was very calm and unhurried. He strode forward and said, "We are all brothers within the 4 seas. There's no need for us to be estranged. I passed by Mount Taiyang today and didn't expect to come across such a grand event. I came uninvited. Brothers, do you need me to lend you a hand? Yellow Cattle looked at the yak with disdain. This swindler was really good at bluffing. It was obvious that he was here to steal the purple gold pine cone. How could he make it sound so righteous? Then, the black yak introduced himself and said, I come from the flaming mountain in the west. My name is Bull Demon. Chu Feng was shocked. Could it be that the black yak from Mount Kunlun was the real Bull Demon? The group of beasts was in an uproar. An existence that could speak human language was absolutely terrifying. They didn't dare to take it lightly. A few especially powerful beasts nodded at the black yak. They even lowered their bodies slightly to show their respect. The black yak held its head high and accepted their respect. Then, it strolled away and led Yellow Cattle into the group of beasts. Just like that, it was ready to leave. How could this happen? Behind them, Chu Feng was gritting his teeth. These two oxen left too easily. Hiss, hiss. Suddenly, a small silver snake the length of a chopstick stood up straight and stuck out its tongue from a rock. It was as if it was trying to tell something. The group of beasts was in chaos. The eyes of all the beasts turned cold. They stared at the black yak with murderous intent. Hey, I am the Bull Demon. Who dares to be presumptuous in front of me? The black yak stood there and shouted, staring at all the beasts. Whoosh! Chapter 65. Clang! The black yak kicked the chopstick-sized silver snake away and said, How dare you, little snake, challenge my dignity? He didn't go for the kill because he still hadn't figured out who the king of all the beasts in Tying Mountains was. A black bear roared and stood up straight. It was over 8 meters tall. After the mutation, its body had become much larger. It beat the white fur on its chest with all its might, appearing very fierce. Roar! Following its roar, a bolt of lightning shot out from its mouth. It was a shocking sight. This was one of the leaders of the beasts. Crack! The black yak dodged the attack. The bolt of lightning struck a boulder that weighed tens of thousands of kilograms. It exploded on the spot and turned into dust. The black bear continued to roar. One after another, lightning bolts flew towards the black yak. Beasts that could control lightning were very rare. Once they evolved, their power would be unimaginable. The black yak was fearless. He no longer dodged. A pair of thick horns gently pushed forward. All the lightning bolts disappeared and were absorbed by the horns. Go! The black yak shouted. With a snap, lightning spun out from his horns and struck the black bear's body. Smoke rose from the bear's body as it was severely injured. It was sent flying into a pile of rubble. Awoo! 2 mutated wolves, one in front and one behind, pounced towards the black yak. One looked like it was cast from black gold. The other was covered in rock skin. Both had different abilities. Clang! This time, the black yak's hoof landed on the bronze wolf. The wolf's head was deformed and twisted like a piece of metal, but it didn't break. The bronze wolf let out a blood-curdling scream. Bullets couldn't even penetrate it, but now it was deformed by a single hoof. It flew into the air and crashed into a huge boulder. Interesting. The black yak looked at it. Soon, his expression changed. The stone wolf behind him spat out a yellow mist, trying to petrify the black yak. The petrification had already spread to the tail of the black yak. Get lost! The black yak shouted and kicked the stone wolf. With a bang, the stone wolf let out a blood-curdling scream. Its lower jaw was kicked off and it fell into the bushes. A huge green snake, as thick as a water bucket, appeared. It was tens of meters long. All the grass and trees parted to make a path for it. It rode on the wind and rushed toward the black yak with extreme speed. It opened its bloody mouth, bringing with it a terrifying stench. Yellow Cattle shrunk their necks as they watched from behind. They really didn't want to face such a long worm. The great green snake's speed was extremely fast. It left an afterimage in its wake as it pounced forward and coiled around the black yak. One had to know that this bucket-thick snake had leaped from a mountain peak and swung its body violently, destroying an armed helicopter. Its ferocious flames were burning fiercely. Now, He was prepared to strangle the black yak to death. Snakes possessed terrifying strangulation power. Such a thick snake was enough to crush the bones of a giant elephant. However, the black yak paid no attention to it and allowed it to wrap around him. In the end, he only struggled fiercely, causing the snake to let out a blood-curdling screech. Its mouth was full of bloody foam. It quickly loosened its grip, and with a whoosh, it scuttled to the top of the nearest mountain with a gust of wind. Just now, its entire body's joints crackled, and it almost broke. Roar! The group of mutated beasts were not afraid of death. They charged forward and attacked together. "Don't force me to kill you," the black yak warned. That was because he was tired of dealing with so many mutated beasts at the same time. Anyone else would have died long ago. Behind him, there were hundreds of them. Their eyes bloomed with ominous glints as they prepared to pounce. The mutated beasts are fighting amongst themselves. Let's get ready to break out. Someone in the Whitesnake Ridge saw this scene and believed that the opportunity had arrived. They could use this opportunity to charge out and kill their way out. "Don't force me." The black yak was struck several times and was attacked ferociously. His eyes were sharp as he let out a thunderous roar that shook the entire mountain ridge. Boom! The mountain peak shook violently, and many boulders tumbled down. As for the vegetation nearby, they were all blasted into pieces. The group of mutated beasts around the black yak was stunned. Some of them were bleeding from their mouths and noses, and many of them fell to the ground. The remaining mutated beasts were terrified and retreated continuously. This black yak was too powerful. If he were to fight with his life on the line, the outcome would be unpredictable. The chopstick-sized silver snake flicked its tongue, ordering the mutated beasts to continue attacking and not to be afraid. It took the lead and shot out like lightning once again. Clang! This time, the black yak didn't hold back. He stomped down with his hoof and pressed the silver snake against a boulder. With a little force, the ground let out a creaking sound. The snake was in pain. Its body twisted and contorted, and the boulder beneath it cracked. One could imagine how strong the force was. "You're just a toothpick, and yet you dare to provoke me again and again. Do you really think this king has a good temper?" The black yak's eyes were cold. On the Whitesnake Ridge, many mutants were on the move, preparing to kill their way out. Oh my God! However, at this moment, many people's faces were as white as paper. They stared at the mountainous region in front of them and stopped in their tracks. Then, they retreated continuously. People looked up and couldn't help but tremble. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. They were so scared that their souls were about to leave their bodies. Thump! Some people directly fainted and fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, not a sound could be heard. In the distance, all the mutated beasts were quiet and motionless. Little snake the size of a toothpick, remember not to provoke this king's dignity next time. Only the black yak spoke. Behind him, the yellow cattle was so scared that every hair on its body stood on end. It wanted nothing more than to kick its hind legs and run away, but it didn't dare to move. Moo! The yellow cattle's voice was weak. It reminded the black yak to stop talking. Be quiet. The black yak muttered to himself and reprimanded the yellow cattle. The yellow cattle was really about to cry. Its whole body emitted a cold air as it mooed twice again. The black yak didn't say anything. In fact, it was more vigilant than anyone else. Its hair was already standing on end. It was just that it was forcing itself to remain calm and didn't turn around immediately. It could already feel that there was a gigantic monster behind it, and it was boundlessly terrifying. However, it couldn't be that it would be so arrogant just now and then change its attitude the next moment. The black yak was forcing itself to stay strong. Unfortunately, it didn't last long. It let go of its hooves and said to the little snake with a smile, "Little guy, you're so naughty. Go home. This king was only joking with you." Whoosh! The little silver snake didn't show any mercy. It glared fiercely at the black yak and flew away, landing on a huge rock not far away. The black yak slowly turned around. Even though he was already mentally prepared, he still staggered after seeing what it was and almost ran away. Moo! The black yak's hair all stood on end. His two horns emitted a black light, and his whole body surged with a terrifying power. He was on guard and his eyes were wide open. There, a gigantic creature with boundless terror was looking down at him. It was a big white snake. Its body was oppressive. Its head was huge, and its body was extremely thick. Its diameter was at least 2 meters, and its entire body was snow white. A section of its body emerged from the valley not far away. Even the slimmest part of its body would require 2 or 3 people to wrap their arms around it. The body floating in the air was tens of meters long. Its basin-sized eyes were flowing with a cold silver light as it looked down at the black yak. How could there be such a big snake? The black yak felt a headache coming on. Just a moment ago, it said that the little snake was only the size of a toothpick. Now, a snake king of such size had appeared. It was too terrifying. In the mountain ridge, everyone was terrified. They felt as if they had fallen into an ice house. Such a huge snake had surpassed all the records. It was the king of all the strange beasts in the Taihang Mountains. Chu Feng was scared. He was a local, and no one knew more about the rumors here than he did. The so-called White Snake Ridge was because of the legend that there was a white snake here. However, not many people believed that it really existed. Many years ago, people said that the snake had thousands of years of cultivation because it was too big. But who would believe it? Now, Chu Feng had seen it with his own eyes. He had to admit that some legends were worthy of reverence. Rumble. The mountains shook and the earth quaked. The giant snake emerged from the valley. Its gigantic body coiled into a snake mountain. It was snow white and terrifying. It was hundreds of meters long. If it were to spread out, it would be able to connect from one mountain peak to another. Among the known species of snakes, the largest python in the tropical rainforest was only a dozen meters long. Compared to the giant snake in front of them, it was too small. Even if this giant snake did not mutate, it would still be very scary and difficult to deal with. Not to mention the drastic changes in the world. Its power was unfathomable. It could command all the strange beasts in the Taihang Mountains and unite them without any conflict. This was enough to prove its unquestionable dominance. King of the Taihang Mountains, King of the North, I apologize for disturbing you. I am the bull demon from the flaming mountains in the west. Today, I am on my way to your precious land. Please forgive me if I have offended you. The black yak spoke in a genteel manner. He put on a flattering smile and bowed his head. In the distance, many mutants felt uneasy. They stared at the giant snake and felt terrified. There is no other way. Save him, or all of us will die here. This giant snake is not something that we can fight with our current strength. The old man from celestial biology said. The old man from Bodhi biogenetics was also there. Jiang Luoshin, Linoi, and Silverwing were also there. They were discussing something. Silverwing's face darkened. He estimated that even if he was at his peak, he would not be able to defeat this giant snake. Summon the disciples of Buddha. Jiang Luoshin said. There was no smile on her beautiful face. She was ready to report this to the headquarters of Bodhi biogenetics. The people from celestial biology had also made a decision. Summon Lei Jinzi. Linoi was beautiful. Her long hair was fluttering in the wind. Her fair and delicate face was calm. She was able to stay calm even under such circumstances. Distant water cannot quench present thirst. It will be too late by the time they get here. Let's ask the relevant government departments for help. In the end, they decided to ask for help from more powerful people. In the distance, the conversation between the black yak and the white snake had broken down. No matter what the yak said, the white snake did not respond. It only stared at the yak coldly. White snake, how dare you look down on me? Then let's fight. The black yak seemed to be annoyed. That's exactly what I was thinking. You're the first beast that dared to call yourself a king in front of me. I really want to weigh my options. The white snake finally spoke. Her voice was clear and resonated across the entire mountain. It was a woman's voice. It was cold, but also pleasant to the ears. It was as if the voice came from beyond the heavens. It was as if the voice carried the chilling aura of the Moon Palace. All the mutants felt their scalps go numb. They could feel a chill running down their spine. The two beasts could speak human language. It was terrifying. Before that, "Hand over the pine cone," the white snake said. "Fine, here you go." The black yak shook his head vigorously. The purple gold pine cone rolled out from his ear and fell to the ground. Suddenly, he raised his hoof and kicked the pine cone. The force of the kick was so great that the pine cone exploded in an instant. Dozens of pine cones flew in all directions. The force of the blow was too great. The pine cones flew hundreds of meters away and scattered all over the mountain forest. "Take them back. Not a single one is missing." The white snake spoke. It was still a woman's voice. It was very pleasant to the ears, but it was getting colder and colder. Boom! The next moment, the snake moved. The huge body of the snake swooped down toward the black yak. Yellow Cattle was looking forward to the black yak's performance. He hoped that the black yak would be able to fight against the white snake. However, something happened that astonished him. The black yak transformed into a gust of black wind and carried him hundreds of meters away with a swoosh, breaking through the sound barrier. The speed was so fast that the sound it made was deafening. "Didn't we agree to fight? Why is he running away?" Yellow Cattle's eyes widened. "You must be out of your mind to fight it. Run." The black yak glared at him. He transformed into a black gust of wind, sweeping across the mountain forest and dashing out of the mountain. The white snake's eyes were cold. Her huge body stretched out like a silver river. Her speed was equally terrifying, breaking the sound barrier. This kind of speed caused the air to vibrate violently, producing a loud explosion. Both of them had exceeded the speed of sound. Everyone was terrified. The white snake was like a dragon. It was hundreds of meters long and had disappeared into the distance in an instant. "Run!" Many mutants shouted. This was a rare opportunity for them to escape. The strange beasts also moved. They pounced towards the mutants with a terrifying killing intent. They were trying to stop the mutants, but at the same time, they were also looking for the pine cones that were scattered all over the mountain. The strange beasts attacked the White Snake Mountain and clashed with the mutants. A bloody war broke out. In one place, there was a man lying in the grass. His skin was like topaz, glistening and translucent. He was trampled by a wild boar the size of an armored car, but his body was not damaged. Instead, the pain woke him up. He was King Kong. The two oxen didn't kill him after knocking him out. Instead, they threw him into a pit on the side of the road. King Kong woke up from the pain. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw a wild boar the size of a small hill stepping on him. The boar moved closer and sniffed him. "Mother asterisk cur. It's fine that I was bullied by the oxen, but now even a pig dares to come and spit at me. This is infuriating." King Kong flew into a rage. He was indeed furious. Not long ago, he was tortured by the two oxen. Now, as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a pig sniffing at him. The stench was incomparable. His lungs were about to explode. "This is intolerable." "Ah!" King Kong screamed. Chapter 66. King Kong was really anxious. He forcefully overturned the armored boar. First, he was bullied by two oxen. Now a pig was stepping on him and sniffing crazily. He was so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. "What are you doing? Are you bullying a pig?" A very amusing voice was heard. It was quite unkind and did not sound right. King Kong was annoyed. He had just subdued a pig, but someone was making irresponsible remarks. He turned his head with a murderous look. He was so angry that his nose was almost crooked. It turned out to be a green bird that was taunting him. It seemed to be a parrot that had eaten a mysterious fruit and mutated. It was squinting at King Kong and said, "What? Are you acting like a hooligan?" That behavior made King Kong so angry that he wanted to strangle it. King Kong picked up a rock and threw it into the air. The green parrot was so scared that it flapped its wings and fled to the sky. It shouted loudly, "Someone is acting like a hooligan. He is bullying a pig." King Kong's face was flushed and his hair stood on end. Fortunately, no one was looking in their direction. They were all fighting with the strange beasts. However, there were a few people carrying photographic equipment running from not far away. They were in a hurry and recklessly passing through the mountainous terrain. King Kong looked at them and heaved a sigh of relief when he didn't find anything unusual. He pounced towards the sky like a ferocious beast and punched the parrot. "Kill the bird." The green parrot screeched. It flapped its wings and fled into the forest, not daring to show its face again. King Kong's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. "Roar!" The wild boar had already turned over and stood up with white smoke coming out of its nose. It was one of the leaders of the strange beasts and possessed extraordinary strength. It was careless just now and was knocked down by someone. Boom! It was furious and rammed towards King Kong with its 1-meter-long fangs. They were like two shiny knives. The wild boar was as big as an armored car. Once it started running, the earth shook and the mountains shook. Many mutants in the surroundings turned pale with fright and fled. King Kong was full of killing intent and fought it head-on. Bang, bang, bang. The fierce sound of collision resounded through the mountainous terrain. The man and the beast were like two monsters. They fought until the rocks collapsed and the trees were broken. It was a terrifying scene. The wild boar was very fierce. It was spewing white smoke from its mouth and nose. Its fangs were sharp, but King Kong was able to block its charge several times. Dong! An armored vehicle that was firing was hit by it. With a rumbling sound, it was torn into two, causing everyone to tremble in fear. The wild boar went berserk, and in the process, at least a dozen mutants died to its fangs. At this time, there was a mutant man on its meter-long fangs. The man's chest was bleeding profusely, and it was a terrifying sight to behold. Courting death, King Kong was infuriated. He found the Buddhist saber that he had lost and charged at the wild boar with a boundless, murderous aura. He swore to kill it. His fists were very strong, but the wild boar's skin was coarse and its flesh was thick. It was extremely powerful, so it was very difficult to kill it. Jean Gang wielded the Buddhist knife, and a snow-white brilliance bloomed, illuminating the mountain forest. Sand and stones flew everywhere. The wild boar howled, becoming more and more ferocious. Puff! Finally, King Kong succeeded. He leaped up and slashed the Buddhist saber at the beast's neck. A huge head flew into the air, accompanied by a large amount of blood. The wild boar leader was dead, and its headless body fell to the ground. This result of the battle affected the surrounding mutant beasts, causing chaos and unrest. The death of a powerful leader had made them anxious. The mutants' morale was boosted, and their confidence was boosted. They followed behind King Kong and charged forward. "Kill!" King Kong roared and rushed into the group of mutant beasts. With the Buddhist knife in hand, he began a massacre. Puff, 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 blood splattered everywhere. He was incomparably brave and fierce, sweeping away everything in his way. In an instant, he had killed 5 or 6 mutant beasts. However, trouble came. The huge green snake that was as thick as a water bucket appeared. It rode the wind, and all the plants and trees were snapped. Wherever it passed, many mutants were strangled to death. As long as they were entangled by the snake, all the bones in their bodies would be broken. The snake's strangling power was too strong. Not to mention humans, even a giant elephant could be easily strangled to death. Clang! King Kong clashed with the snake and left a few wounds on its body. The snake's blood splashed, but it did not sever the snake's body. On the contrary, King Kong himself was whipped. If it were not for his extremely tough body, he would have been dead for sure. Not long ago, even a helicopter had been broken by the snake. The two of them fought fiercely. On the other side, Silverwing also made his move. Although he was injured, his combat power was still terrifying. His wings were like an invincible blade, cutting several mutant beasts into halves. Blood dyed the forest red. The mutants' morale was boosted. Their battle cries shook the sky as they tried to break out of the mountain of White Snake. However, Silverwing soon ran into trouble. A monkey was charging at him. It was only a meter tall, but its golden fur was glowing, making it impenetrable. Silver wings clashed with the monkey's claws. Sparks flew in all directions. The monkey's speed was too fast. It moved like a bolt of golden lightning. Silver Wing was entangled with the monkey. Eventually, his shoulder was scratched by the monkey. Blood gushed out, and he was severely injured. However, he also took the opportunity to slit the monkey's throat. Bang! The monkey was dead. It fell into a pool of blood. Silver Wing staggered backward. Obviously, he was not as brave as he was before. He had suffered a serious injury. The mutants' footsteps were hindered. The beasts were too ferocious. 6 or 7 of them were not as strong as Kong Kim and Silver Wing, but they had the advantage in numbers. Chu Feng was also making his move. He did not shoot arrows randomly. Instead, he was looking for the leader of the mutant beasts. The most effective way to kill them was to get rid of them. Swoosh! He fixed his eyes on the green snake that was fighting with Kong Kim. He drew his bow and shot out an arrow. The sound of thunder was deafening, and electric arcs filled the sky. The green snake was very sensitive. It dodged the fatal shot with a swoosh. However, it failed to dodge the second arrow. The arrow pierced through its body, leaving a bloody hole. Good, Kong Kim shouted. He leaped up and slashed down. The snake rolled in the air, and a small part of its body was chopped off. It roared and dashed away. Even though it was seriously injured and its body was cut in half, it still managed to escape. This was a huge blow to the group of mutant beasts. Even their strongest leader had escaped. They were panicking. Roar! However, there were still a few leaders. They roared and stabilized the mutant beasts. Then, they continued to attack. The mutants were more numerous than the beasts in Taiyang Mountains. However, they were not as strong as the mutants in terms of combat power. More often than not, a group of mutants would not be able to kill a single beast. It was common to see that a single beast could tear 6 or 7 mutants apart in a frenzy. The ground was covered in blood. The main reason was that the beasts were wild. They lived in the mountains and lived in harsh conditions. Before the mutation, they had adapted to the law of the jungle. On the other hand, the mutants were evolved from human beings. They had never seen such a bloody scene. They used to be comfortable in the past. Even though they were powerful now, they were still lacking when it came to a real battle. Although the mutants outnumbered the mutants, they were at a disadvantage. Their losses were increasing. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Chu Feng drew his bow again and again. He shot one after another, killing one beast after another. He could not find the leader of the beasts, so he started to attack the other beasts. More than a dozen beasts were killed one after another. The pressure on the mutants was greatly reduced. Suddenly, Chu Feng felt a sharp pain at the back of his head. His divine instincts warned him, and he threw himself forward. A silver light streaked past his head, and with a bang, a large tree in the distance was snapped in half. It was a woodpecker. It was only about a foot long. Its body was covered in a silvery sheen, as if it was made of metal. Its beak was indestructible. It had almost pierced through the back of Chu Feng's head. This was also a leader. Although it was small in size, it was very powerful. It had destroyed a helicopter before. Not even steel could stop it. I'll cover you. Shoot him. A woman in a white shirt and pants appeared. She had a pair of luminous wings on her back. She was untainted by even a speck of dust. When she smiled, she looked incomparably sweet. White Tiger. Jiang Luoshan also appeared. She looked surprised. Chu Feng was stunned. The woman who was attacked by the yellow cattle and ate his mutton skewers was the legendary White Tiger. Jiang Luoshan had a charming smile on her face. White Tiger's sister, Lu Shiyan. It was obvious that she was deliberately making fun of him. Chu Feng was relieved. How could a beautiful woman with a pair of luminous wings be the White Tiger? But was her name Lu Shiyan? Chu Feng understood. The woman in the white shirt and pants did not tell the truth. Perhaps it was because of her sensitive identity that she did not want to reveal her real name to a stranger. He did not waste any time. He continued to shoot at the strange beasts as he rushed forward. With Lu Shiyan beside him, he felt a lot more at ease. The woodpecker was very cautious. It did not attack again. Lu Shiyun, don't hide anything. Let's work together and kill our way out. Jiang Luoshan said. She was very shrewd. She knew that the white tiger had a grudge against celestial biology. Since his sister dared to show up with only a few people, she must have something up her sleeve. It's useless. We can't deal with that white snake. Lu Shiyun shook her head. Her luminous wings were sprinkled with a snow-white radiance. She was young and full of vigor. She could fly in the sky. Naturally, she had an advantage. However, there were many strange beasts circling in the sky. Anyone who dared to soar into the sky would be met with a fierce attack. Therefore, she came to find Chu Feng, hoping to borrow his strength to kill those strange beasts. Then there's no other way. We can only work together and charge forward. Let's hope that the white snake doesn't return so soon, Jiang Luoshan said. At this moment, the mutants were fighting with their lives on the line. They wanted to escape before the white snake returned. Boom! Then, something terrifying happened. The white snake returned. Its body was dozens of meters long, and it looked down at everyone coldly. It's over. Chapter 67. The white snake was here, looking down at all the mutants. Its diameter was more than 2 meters. It coiled itself into the shape of a snow-white snake mountain. It was a horrifying sight to behold. In the forest, the smell of blood was heavy. Many mutants had died. Some were bitten in half by ferocious beasts, while others had their skulls clawed off by ferocious birds. There were also many corpses of beasts on the ground, including their leaders, such as the wild boar that was bigger than an armored car, and the monkey with golden fur. In a short time, at least 800 mutants had died, while less than 100 beasts had died. The difference was too great. Now that the white snake had returned, the mutants were in despair. Chu Feng was worried. Yellow cattle was taken away by the black yak. What happened to them? Did they escape safely? He dared not to think further. Such a huge white snake could have lived for thousands of years. No one could tell how powerful it was. The black yak was no match for it. King of Tying Mountain, we didn't mean to offend you. We didn't know this was your territory. Please forgive us. Linoy spoke. Her legs were long and slender. She walked forward slowly in the forest, facing the white snake. She was usually cold and elegant, but now she was trying her best to be as gentle as possible. Her smile was so bright that many mutants were dazzled. The white snake lowered its head and looked down at her. Its eyes were as cold as ever. The mutants were shocked. Linoy was brave enough to talk to the white snake at such a critical moment. She was not an ordinary girl. The wind blew her long hair. Her delicate face was filled with sincerity. There was no fear in her eyes. However, she looked a little frail at the moment. She had a perfect figure of 170, tall and slender. But compared to the huge white snake, she was too small. King of Tying Mountain, please forgive us for our recklessness. Jiang Luo spoke softly. She wanted to talk to the white snake about compensation. At such a critical moment, the national goddess was brave enough to talk to the white snake. This made many male mutants feel ashamed. At the last moment, 2 women stepped forward. Hiss! The big green snake appeared and spat out its tongue as it rode the wind. It had half of its body severed, and it stared at Vajra with hatred in its eyes. It was also looking for Chu Feng. Seeing that it was in such a miserable state, the white snake's eyes turned cold as it glanced at all the mutants. Everyone's scalps went numb. They knew that something big was about to happen. This white snake's killing intent was increasing. Many people felt as if they were going to be frozen, and their bodies went rigid. The great green snake hissed, as if it was informing him of the situation. Humans, with your temperament, sooner or later you'll have to enter Mount Taihang and make a move against the beasts. Instead of that, why don't you let me kill you until it hurts? The white snake opened her mouth. Her voice was beautiful and cold, and it echoed clearly in the forest. She had decided to make a move. It was clear that this battle was unavoidable. It had long planned for this. For the sake of training its troops, it had observed the human race for a long time. Boom! The enormous snake body moved, diving down, breaking through the sound barrier. It carried a terrifying aura as it descended like a silver river. Linoi and Jianglu Ocean had quick reflexes. Although they had great figures, their movements were extremely vigorous. They drew a beautiful arc in the air as they flipped and dashed to the sides. Boom! When the white snake's enormous body fell, dozens of people lost their lives. A single attack from the white snake had caused a terrible number of casualties. Its body was harder than refined iron. Who could withstand such a powerful attack? The beasts were trembling with fear. They retreated in a frenzy, leaving a battlefield for the white snake. Boom! The white snake slithered through the crowd. It was like a disaster. The mountains crumbled and the hills collapsed. The white snake's body, which was hundreds of meters long, swept away everything in its path. Boulders were sent flying, ancient trees were snapped, and small hills collapsed. It was like the end of the world. Arg! Screams of agony rang out one after another. In an instant, at least a few hundred people had died. Some of the mutants could fly. They spread their wings and soared into the sky. However, the white snake opened its mouth and spat out a ray of silver light. The mutants were torn into pieces and died within seconds. "Let's fight," someone roared. There was no way to escape. Those who survived were naturally extraordinary. One of the mutants transformed into a flaming giant and leaped forward, turning the rocks into lava. He was a master fighter. Unfortunately, the moment the white snake spat out its breath, he froze and exploded on the spot. "Hold on. Sakyama's disciple is nearby. He's almost here," the old man from Bodhi Biogenetics shouted. He used all his strength to resist the white snake. Everyone was shocked. This old man's combat power was quite terrifying. His hands formed the seal of the lion, and the wind generated by his fists was terrifying. It could be seen that the rocks around him had crumbled. This was a master fighter who was not weaker than Kong Kim or Silverwing. He was on par with the four mutants who stood at the top of the pyramid. Bang, bang, bang. The seal of the lion landed on the white snake's body one after another. The power of the seal of the lion was enough to shatter a boulder that weighed tens of thousands of kilograms. The white snake lowered its head and looked at the old man. With a sweep of its body, the old man was sent flying. He crashed into the mountain wall, and his mouth was full of blood. "I'll fight you to the death," Kong Kim roared. It was obvious that his eyes were bloodshot. At this time, he was not wielding a Buddhist knife. Instead, he was holding a demon subduing pestle. The pestle was not big. It was only a foot long. It looked like an object that was worshipped on a table in a temple. It did not look like a real weapon. But now this pestle was glowing. It changed from simple and unadorned to sparkling and translucent. With a bang, the pestle hit the air and produced an explosive sound. Boom! The pestle hit the white snake's body. Sparks flew in all directions. The snake's body trembled slightly, but it did not break. No blood flowed out. The white snake moved. Its huge body crushed Kong Kim, almost rolling him under its body. It was a horrifying scene. Bang! Finally, Kong Kim broke free from the snake's body. His mouth was full of blood. The surface of his body was sparkling and translucent like a topaz. He had an indestructible body. This was his mysterious ability. Otherwise, he would have been turned into minced meat after being hit by the white snake for so many times. The white snake was cold and emotionless. Its huge body swept across the mountains. It was like the end of the world. The earth cracked. Wherever its silver body passed, there was nothing it could not destroy. Boulders that weighed hundreds of thousands of mutants were blasted away. The nearest mountain peak was flattened. At least thousands of mutants lost their lives in a single sweep. They were simply not a match for the white snake. The difference was too great. Chu Feng relied on his keen intuition to evade danger several times. He did not act rashly. Soon, he had no choice but to draw his bow. He could see that Linoi might be in danger. The white snake's tail swept across the forest and might touch her. He had predicted this beforehand and sensed it with his divine instinct. As expected, the white snake swept across the forest like a silver river. The mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. It was about to reach where Linoy was. Chu Feng did not hesitate. He chose a snow-white bow and arrow made of polished dragon teeth. At the same time, he activated the thunderous breathing technique. He tried to resonate with the bow. The sound of thunder rang out immediately. Swoosh! A snow-white arrow with lightning curling around it shot out. Its speed was so fast that it emitted a series of explosive sounds. Boom! The arrow hit the white snake's tail. The snake's tail immediately rose up and changed direction after receiving a huge force. But that was all. No scales fell off and no blood flowed out. The white snake was just that terrifying. If it was the middle part of the snake's body, Chu Feng would not have made a move. He knew that it would be a waste of energy. He could only try to hit the tail. The white snake's tail brushed against the mountainous terrain, splitting a large number of giant trees in half. It even cut through the mountain wall. It brushed past Linoy's body. Even though Linoy had always been a calm person, she felt a little cold at this moment. She quickly dodged and escaped from the dangerous area. At the same time, Silver Wing also arrived. He also saw that Linoy was in danger. The white snake looked at Linoy coldly. It then looked at Chu Feng and Silver Wing. With a buzzing sound, it swung its body again. Bang! Silver Wing was very close to the white snake. He could not dodge in time. He was knocked into the air and coughed out blood. One of his arms was fractured. Fortunately, he was close to the white snake, so he only suffered from the impact. The white snake's strength was not the most terrifying. However, it was different for Chu Feng. He was far away from the white snake. When the white snake swung its body, its speed and strength had reached its peak. Chu Feng's scalp was numb. He was running at full speed. Even though he had sharp divine sense, he still could not keep up with the white snake's speed. Whoosh! A white figure rushed over, grabbed him, and brought him flying close to the ground. Then, they jumped into a ravine together. Bang! Above their heads, the white snake swept across like a long river. The mountains collapsed and the ground cracked. Everything on the ground was destroyed. Lu Shiyun saved him because she was close to him. They were both running in the same direction. She pulled him along. She had a pair of luminous wings that emitted a snow-white glow. Her speed was very fast. She carried her and Chu Feng away from the white snake. Chu Feng was surprised. He thought that Lu Shiyun's real strength should be very terrifying. At least she had a sharp intuition, so she could avoid danger in advance. Thank you, little white tiger. Chu Feng realized that he had said something wrong the moment he opened his mouth. Lu Shiyun was wearing a white shirt and pants. She was young and energetic. Even her shoes and socks were snow white. She looked elegant and pure. Even in such a desperate situation, she still had a sweet smile on her face. However, after hearing Chu Feng's words, a few black lines appeared on her forehead. Sorry, it was a slip of the tongue. Chu Feng quickly corrected himself. On the ground, screams of horror rose one after another. In just a few moments, the mutants had suffered heavy losses. When Chu Feng and Lu Shiyun came out of the valley, the forest was covered with blood. It was a horrible scene. At least 2,000 to 3,000 mutants had died. How long had it been? More than half of the mutants were dead. In the distance, Linoy was dragging Silver Wing, who was severely injured. The old man from celestial biology had died in the battle. King Kong and Zhang Luotian were also running for their lives in different directions. There was no way they could fight against the white snake. The old man from Bodhi Genetics was holding the pestle in his hand. He roared and rushed towards the white snake. With a loud bang, a dazzling light burst out from the pestle. The white snake spat out a ray of silver light from its mouth, shattering the pestle and tearing the old man into pieces. He died on the spot. The coordinates are accurate. Let's blow it up. Linoy's body was glowing with a soft light. She carried Silver Wing and flew close to the forest. At the same time, she was also contacting the outside world, asking them to bomb this place immediately. There was no other way. If they delayed any longer, all of them would die. Then Linoy shouted to everyone, "Run!" Boom! In the distance, A beam of fire broke through the sound barrier and rushed into Taihang Mountain. It was heading straight for the white snake. It was a missile. Moreover, it was a very powerful missile. They had not seen the mutants in Taihang Mountain yet, but they had already guessed that the military must have used some kind of terrifying weapon. Run! Many of the mutants shouted. Those who were still alive started to run for their lives. Chu Feng's facial expression changed. He felt a great sense of danger looming over his heart. He ran as fast as he could in the forest. This time, Lu Shiyin did not pay any attention to him. She flapped her snow-white wings and flew away at a low altitude at top speed. Chu Feng ran past a mountain ridge. He felt a little relieved, but he still kept on running. Boom! A huge explosion sounded from behind. Flames overflowed into the sky, and the entire mountainous region was sent flying. Bang! 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 At least 6 or 7 missiles were launched at the same place. The mountains nearby collapsed, and the white snake was engulfed by the fire. Finally, everything calmed down. Chu Feng felt a sharp pain all over his body. He had been hit by many rocks. Fortunately, he did not suffer any serious injuries. Just now, the mountain had collapsed, and the earth had cracked. It was a terrible scene. He estimated that even if the white snake was killed, many mutants would die with it. The missiles were too powerful, and the area of impact was too wide. Sure enough, after everything calmed down, there were less than 1,000 mutants still alive. They crawled out of the craters and the broken mountains one after another. All of them were covered in blood. God, it's still alive. It's not dead. Suddenly, someone screamed. In the distance, there were no more mountains. They had all been flattened by the missiles. In the middle of the scorched earth, a gigantic creature stood up. It was snow-white in color. Only a few scales had fallen off, and there were bloodstains on its body. Other than that, there were no other wounds on its body. It's too scary. It can't be killed. The mutants trembled in despair. More than 200 mutants have died here. I will slaughter 2 cities to pay homage to them. The white snake said in a cold voice. Everyone's hair stood on end. Just now, most of the mutants had run away, but some of them were still buried here. The white snake wanted revenge. It wanted to slaughter 2 cities to pay homage to the dead mutants. Why can't be killed? Not even the missiles could do anything to it. Even Kong Kim could not accept it. Just now, there was a white light around its body, protecting its body. I wonder what kind of mysterious power that was. Jiang Luoshan murmured. Suddenly, a smile appeared on her face. She received a message from her communicator. What's wrong? The disciple of Sakyamuni is here. Jiang Luoshan was pleasantly surprised. Just then, a man rushed into Mount Taihang. His speed was very fast. Every step he took covered a great distance. It was as if the ground had shrunk to an inch. Chapter 68. The girl in white was called Lu Shiyin. It was written in Chapter 66 that this was her real name. Gong Xiaoxi was a fake name. He arrived at almost the same time as the sound. His body was very tough, or else his body wouldn't have been able to withstand the terrifying speed. The surviving mutants were overjoyed. With the help of a powerful fighter, they might be able to leave this place alive. Uncle Chinya, Jiang Luoshan greeted the man with a smile. The man was around 40 years old. He had a medium build and a tan skin. Although his appearance was average, it was obvious that he was not an ordinary person. His eyes were bright and full of life. His body was glowing, which attracted people's attention. They even forgot about his appearance. Only you are allowed to kill the beasts, and we're not allowed to fight back. Otherwise, it will be considered too much. The white snake's voice was cold. It coiled up like a mountain and looked down at the man. Look at this forest. How many innocent people have died? How many beasts have died? Do you think you don't have a strong desire to kill? Chinya asked. All these years, humans have fed on birds and beasts. If you really want to argue, who has a stronger desire to kill? The white snake said coldly. Chinya opened his mouth, but he found it hard to speak. He was a human, and the snake was a mutant. If he were to put himself in their shoes, it would be hard to tell who was right and who was wrong. You are a disciple of Buddha. You know that all living things are equal. How can you be so righteous and scold the mutants? The white snake asked calmly. Behind them, the mutants were dumbfounded. This white snake was indeed extraordinary. Even the disciple of Buddha was taught a lesson by it. Qianye frowned and said, "You want to slaughter the city. I am afraid, so I came to Mount Taiyang to stop you. Since the beginning of time, the weak have always been the prey of the strong. This is the simplest rule, but it is also cruel." The white snake's tone was calm. Humans took a shortcut at a certain time, but it is different now. The snake's words were simple. Many people's hearts were pounding. The future was going to change drastically. "What do I have to do to make you stop?" Qianye asked. He had a bad feeling. This white snake was too calm. "If I don't kill you, how can I feel fear? Slaughtering the entire city will not change my mind," the white snake said coldly. Its voice echoed in the mountains. Seeing that the negotiation had failed, Qianye's face darkened. He formed hand seals. He had no other choice but to fight. The white snake also moved. Its entire body emitted a silver radiance as it swung its thick and long tail at Qianye, like a silver waterfall. Qianye reacted quickly. She took a step forward and leaped almost 100 meters away, dodging the attack. Bang! The mountain collapsed and black cracks extended outwards. This was simply like a natural disaster that no human could resist. Boom! In the next moment, Qianye rushed over and formed a diamond seal. His body shone with a metallic luster. His speed was too fast as he attacked the white snake from his side. The white snake did not dodge. Instead, she swept her body and met his attack head-on. Dong! It was as if a huge drum had been struck in the sky. It was deep and forceful, and it shook the surroundings. With a bang, Qianye was sent flying backwards. He revealed a shocked expression as blood flowed from his right thumb and forefinger. The web between his thumb and forefinger was split open by the white snake's body. "I really thought he was a disciple of Buddha from 2,000 years ago." The white snake spoke with a hint of disappointment. She shook her head and said, "I don't think it's possible. Those who have obtained the true meaning of Buddha can be called his disciple," Qianye said. "The so-called true meaning refers to Buddha's attack methods, right? However, you are still far from it," the white snake said coldly. Boom! It swooped down, opening its mouth to spit out an expanse of silver light. The power was too great, tearing through everything. The mountain region immediately collapsed. Qianye dodged and didn't dare to face it head-on. He had extraordinary speed and rushed up a mountain in a few leaps, avoiding the white snake's fierce attack. Boom! The white snake's speed was too fast, as if it was flying. It stuck close to the forest and coiled its huge body around the mountain. Its giant head swooped down, wanting to swallow Qianye. Dong! Qianye used his fist to resist. His body shone, but in the end he was still sent flying. He was far weaker than the white snake. With a crack, the short mountain was broken by the white snake. Its strength was too terrifying. With just a bit of force, it rushed up as if it was flying. The white snake was like a real dragon as it caught up to Qianye in the air. Roar! Qianye roared out like a lion. Golden ripples shot out from his mouth and shook the mountain range. This was a type of sound wave technique. The white snake was slightly hindered, but it quickly chased up. With a whoo sound, it was really quick. Its giant body pressed down on Qianye's body as it smashed toward the mountain. Long, dust and smoke surged into the air. The white snake smashed Qianye there and crushed him. The mountain cracked and rocks rolled about. Pung! A person broke free from the crack and fled into the distance. Qianye was at a disadvantage, and he wasn't a match for it. The white snake moved its body and used some force on the mountain. It seemed like it was flying as it soared through the air and chased after Qianye. Such a huge body was actually really agile. A single leap was hundreds and thousands of meters. It crossed the air and gave off a shocking aura. Qianye shouted and landed on the mountain. His hands formed seals, and a blinding light shot towards the white snake's head. The white snake opened its mouth and spat out a dazzling silver light towards Qianyi. There was a huge explosion. Qianyi staggered and was sent flying. He wasn't a match for the white snake. At this moment, the white snake swung its tail and broke through the sound barrier. An explosion rang out in the air and shook the entire mountain range. Pa! The white snake's thick tail hit Qianyi's body, causing him to cough up blood. His body flew out like a cannonball and crashed into a stone mountain in the distance. The mountain wall cracked open with a crack, and he slid down. Whoosh! The white snake was too fast. It chased after Qianyi with extreme speed and twisted its body. The stone wall was smashed into pieces by the snake's body. Qianyi was sent flying. He let out a long roar, and his right fist shone as he punched towards one of the white snake's eyes. The white snake shook its head lightly and dodged the attack. Qianyi rushed up and escaped from the stone mountain. Behind him, rocks tumbled and the mountain collapsed. The white snake moved its body and soared through the air again, chasing after Qianyi with a terrifying speed. The mutants were terrified. Qianyi was very strong. His strength was simply inhuman, but it was still not enough to deal with the white snake. Not even the disciples of Buddha could subdue the white snake. However, people also learned that the so-called disciples of Buddha were not ancient people from 2,000 years ago. They were just modern people. Unless Buddha is resurrected, a human is no match for the white snake, someone said in a low voice. Of course, this statement did not take into account the mythological elements. At the same time, it was also based on some records in the history books. According to legend, when Buddha was young, he could throw an elephant with extraordinary strength. That was why there were all kinds of legends in later generations, and in the end, he was deified. What kind of power was needed to throw an elephant hundreds of meters away? In the end, this Qianyi is most likely a mutant who appeared in this world before us, someone said. At the same time, he was also moving quickly to escape from the White Snake Ridge. All of this happened in a short moment. No one had expected that the so-called disciples of Buddha were also no match for the white snake. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The mutants were all fleeing. No one dared to continue watching. The arrival of Qianyi had provided them with an opportunity to escape. It would be too stupid not to leave now. Chu Feng's divine sense was sharp. He had long discovered that Qianyi was no match for the white snake. He was one of the first to move, so he couldn't resist or help. The only thing he could do was to escape. Bang! In the mountain, Qianyi staggered back. He was once again hit by the silver light spat out by the white snake. His body was covered in blood, and the radiance on the surface of his body had dimmed. Every time, he would be sent flying dozens of meters away. If it were someone else, he would have become a pile of mud long ago. His body was extremely sturdy. According to the rumors, Buddha's strength is extremely powerful. Your methods are far inferior to his, the white snake said as its attacks became more and more ferocious. Bang, bang, bang. Qianyi was sent flying again and again, crashing into the mountains and the stone walls. It was difficult for him to resist. If this continued, he would definitely die. You've awakened your divine sense. You could have easily avoided the missiles earlier. Why are you taking them head-on? Qianyi asked as he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was worried because only after exchanging blows with the white snake did he realize how terrifying it was. Not only was it powerful, but its speed was also shocking. In addition, it also had divine sense, which could help it avoid danger. I just want to test how long my body can withstand firearms, the white snake replied. Its voice was pleasant to listen to, but it made Qianyi's body shiver. This white snake would definitely make a big move. That was why it was taking such a risk. What on earth are you trying to do? Qianyi asked. The white snake ignored him and began to exert its strength. The entire Tying Mountain was filled with a murderous aura. Run! The mutants screamed as they ran for their lives. The white snake didn't chase after them. It was a tragic battle. Out of the 4,000 or 5,000 mutants, only about 1,000 managed to make it out alive. In the end, more firearms flew into Tying Mountain, but the white snake was nowhere to be seen. It was a mystery whether Qian Yu was alive or dead. The other mutants didn't see him coming out. Chu Feng ran as fast as lightning, leaving the terrifying mountain range behind. He changed his clothes in a secluded place and quietly returned home. The white snake has appeared. This area is no longer safe. He was thinking about leaving. Where is the yellow cattle? Chu Feng wondered. He was a little worried. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.